Chapter 742. This chapter is Sharp Little Teeth, Wan Zhangjiao. Wow. The moment he stepped into the Thorn Castle, there was a familiar cry in his heart. Then he saw the Thorn Sprite, Ella, flying down the stairwell and directly into the arms of List. This bad-tempered little elf was probably the most emotional of all the little elves. Has Ella been well-behaved these days? List caught the palm-sized Ella and asked Butler Carter with a smile. Since the birth of the thorn medicine, Ella's value has jumped to the same level as the giant algae sprite. Coupled with his own preference, Ella has a special status in the castle. Master, Ella has been quite well-behaved these days. Except for the daily scolding of the sprites in other rooms, she has not been too grumpy. But because she can't enter other rooms, she is probably a little stuffy, so she often runs to the thorn plantation and randomly sows thorn seedlings. Butler Carter replied seriously, but under the calm expression, his body trembled slightly with excitement. As long as he thought that his master turned out to be a great dragon knight, the loyal old butler could not help but be excited. When arranging to go to the countryside town, he never thought that he could become the butler of the dragon knight. Not only him, but the first group of servants, such as Mrs. Morrison and Mrs. Abbey, were all too excited to sleep when the news came the day before yesterday. Even after 2 days, they still could not calm their excitement. That's good. List rubbed Ella's head. The scattered thorn seedlings should be carefully screened and eradicated to prevent magic potions or mutated new types of thorns. The insect protection team cooperates with the magicians of the Wizard Tower. Every thorn seedling has been carefully investigated to ensure that no new types of thorns are missed. Yes, List nodded. The magicians of the Wizard Tower, under his control, have begun to turn to the scope of basic magic research. The relationship between sprites and plants is the key category of basic magic mechanics. Scientific management, scientific farming, and he believed that sooner or later, the secret of elven breeding could be found. Wow! Ella cried to show that she was helping with the farming, not playing. I see, little one. List smiled. He always felt that Ella's emotions were more abundant and vivid than other elves. He didn't know if it was because of the relationship between the feelings or because of its more distinct personality. In short, Ella was the one that was different. Go play by yourself in the worm room first. I'll play with you later, Liz said as he handed it to the manservant Thomas and put it back in the worm room upstairs. After a while, the important knight and officials of the territory all gathered in the conference room. The servants poured the tea. List cut to the chase and said, "As you can see, I am a dragon knight, and Achilles is a magic shooter. Both of us stand at the pinnacle of power in this world. For the time being, my title is the Marquis of the Flame, and my fief is the Flame Territory. Legally, I have jurisdiction over Coral Island, Black Horse Island, and Iron Hoof Island and Iron Hoof City." Everyone looked at the Lord and waited for him to continue. List paused and continued, "But all this is just a transition. It won't be long before I find a new archipelago in the sea and build a new country. And everyone, work hard and do your tasks. In a new country, you will all be founding heroes. We are willing to drive for your highness." The crowd shouted. Even Chris, who did not swear allegiance, shouted with the crowd. This unprecedented dragon-slaying war completely established the foundation of List. No kingdom on the continent would be able to launch another dragon-slaying war. Therefore, the founding of the country was irresistible. No one could refuse the honor of personally participating in the building of a new country. Chris could not refuse the opportunity to become a court magician. Yevich could not refuse the possibility of becoming a founding noble. Gort and Marcus had served as List's tutors, and they could not refuse the glorious future. He was satisfied with the resounding response of his subordinates. List said indifferently, "The future is glorious. The glory of the night will always be with me, and the glory will be sprinkled on everyone here. In the future, we will all fight for the establishment of a new country, but the most urgent task is to maintain the stability of the territory and slowly take over the Flame Territory." Coral Island had been nominally in fief to List, but it had not passed the 5-year harvest period and would not be easily transferred for the time being. Ironhoof City of Ironhoof Island, however, could be taken over immediately. It was a large city with a population of more than 150,000 people. It was the second largest city in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, second only to the Blue Dragon City under the jurisdiction of the court. However, the current population of Ironhoof City was only about 100,000. With the destruction of the Bull family, the aristocracy and freedmen were largely lost, and only serfs were still bound to the land. The loss of a large number of craftsmen would inevitably lead to the decline of Ironhoof City. In particular, the output of the soil around Ironhoof City would be greatly reduced after the elves were taken back by the Sapphire family. However, with Ironhoof City's geographical location in the center of Ironhoof Island, it still had great trade potential. Of course, even though Ironhoof City was the second largest city in the Sapphire family, List still did not like it. The city's hygiene was not good, and it was very difficult to improve it. He also had no intention of improving it. In a few years, the city would sooner or later be returned to the Sapphire Grand Duke. He only intended to use Ironhoof City as a transit point for trade in his territory and renovate the Bull Castle, which was second only to the Blue Sky Palace. The huge and magnificent Bull Castle barely fit his status. In addition to taking over the territory, the knight who will come to seek refuge also needs to be carefully selected. Only those who have both ability and integrity will have a place in the Flame territory. The knight who will seek refuge with the Orders of Chivalry will be led by Marcus. The knight who will seek refuge with the officials will be led by Gort, and the knight who has been screened will be led by Paris and Charles. The four of them got up one after another to express their understanding. Then there are the magicians on a pilgrimage. It can be foreseen that in the future, there will be many magicians staying in the Flame territory. I intend to establish a guild of magic that will govern the magicians under their real names. Achilles will be the president, and Chris will be the vice president. Every magician must be included in the supervision. Chris nodded solemnly. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Finally, there is the nautical exploration to find new islands. Yevich, I will directly purchase a few fast-court sailboats from the Sapphire family. You and Captain Costo will work together to train more sailors as soon as possible. After the new year, we will set off to explore the south of the Cerulean Sea and search for possible islands. Yevich immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness. His voice was sonorous and powerful, as if it contained endless power. The fallen swordsman who once had nothing to lose could no longer be seen. Becoming a follower of a dragon knight was the most magnificent turnaround he had ever had in his life. Chapter 743. He sent the others away. He left Gort and Blair alone for a simple reason. You have to hand over your jobs as consultants and administrative officers of the port town as soon as possible. I will let you work in the Iron Shoe City. Gort will temporarily act as a consultant of the Iron Shoe City, and Blair will temporarily act as an administrative officer of the Iron Shoe City. Gort heard this and replied with a trembling voice, Your Highness, Gort swears loyalty to Your Highness. Blair choked. Swears loyalty to Your Highness, and will never let Your Highness down. Well, the Iron Shoe City is a large city with 100,000 people. This is a challenge for you. If you do well, you will take on greater responsibilities in the future. If you don't do well, I don't need to say more, do I? List was not optimistic about the two of them, whether in terms of means or courage. They were probably competent as consultants and administrative officers of a small city, but it was really dangerous to be responsible for a large city with 100,000 people. But unfortunately, List had no one at his disposal, so he could only arrange it like this for the time being. After the Flame Lord had taken over, he would slowly adjust it. What if he lacked money, people, and elves? Rob. He discussed with the Sapphire Grand Duke and issued a few more expansion orders to rob the Eagle Kingdom. When Gort and Blair left, he had already planned how to arrange the robbery plan. The fire dragon was an evil dragon. It did not produce, but its nature was to rob. As a fire dragon knight, He naturally could not abandon this talent, and had to develop it skillfully. The Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knight was dead, and the dragon was kidnapped by List halfway. It was at its weakest. Once it showed any signs of fatigue, List would definitely not let it go. After all, the Eagle Kingdom had master navigation technology and could rob the benefits of the sea at any time, so it must be attacked. He wanted to let the nobles of the Eagle Kingdom understand that besides Sapphire, only he, List, could dominate the sea. Speaking of which, Marquis Nuteo's letter should have already been delivered to his family. The representatives of the Yuhua Stone family should be here with the great elves to ransom him. If I knew this would happen, I would have captured a few more nobles before the dragon-slaying war started. Perhaps the elves' hands would have gone soft from receiving them. Unfortunately, before the battle started, he held the attitude of watching from the sidelines and did not make a move. After the battle started, he was too embarrassed to make a move because of his noble status as a dragon knight. While he was thinking, smoke slowly appeared in front of him. Mission completed. Reward: 1 thorn sprite worm. After receiving the cheers of his subjects, the mission was finally judged to be completed. Oh, not bad, not bad. Another thorn worm. List originally thought that the smoke mission was lackluster and only took out a sprite worm to fool him. He did not expect it to be a thorn sprite worm. A thorn worm could produce about 100 acres of auxiliary thorns, which could be used in a ratio of 1 to 3 with a magic potion. This was especially true for the Earth Knight and the Sky Knight who trained in Qi. The value of the supplementary medicine was far greater than the potion. The value of a thorn sprite worm was comparable to that of an ordinary sprite. At present, there were 2 auxiliary medicines in the territory, the auxiliary medicine Black Nightshade and the auxiliary medicine Thorns, both of which lacked sprites to be planted. This was also a reflection of Ella's importance. Immediately, the smoke in front of him changed, and new serpentines appeared. Mission: you have noticed that the thorn sprite Ella is different. As the number of sprites in the territory continues to increase, it is inevitable to neglect Ella's emotions. However, the grumpy Ella is not willing to be a supporting role. Is working hard to advance. Please provide Ella with a new type of thorns. Reward: a greater sprite. Huh? List was shocked. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly. The mission is Ella's endeavor, and the reward is a greater sprite. Does this mean that Ella is about to evolve into a greater sprite? He had not seen a sprite evolve into a greater sprite, but he knew the process of evolution from a lesser sprite to a greater sprite. The greater sprite of the tulip family, Xianxia, evolved from a tulip sprite. The evolution process was not complicated. The sprite evolves into a lesser sprite. It needs to go through a fat pupa period and then break the cocoon and become a butterfly, flying out of the dead skin. The lesser sprite evolves into a greater sprite, but it only experiences a period of wilting. If it cannot overcome it, it will suffer a great loss of vitality or even directly die. However, after overcoming it, it can grow into a greater sprite. Its body will gradually grow from the size of a palm to the size of a baby. Its spiritual force and IQ will also greatly increase, and its vocal cords will fully develop, and it can learn to speak. Immediately, go now. List waved the smoke mission and directly mobilized territorial officials to find new varieties of thorns. At the same time, he contacted Tulip Castle and asked Oxdale Marquis to mobilize his contacts to find new varieties of thorns. Even if he searched all of Sapphire, he must find different varieties of thorns to provide Ella with evolutionary pheromones. Ella was called over. List was happy, but also a little nervous. This mission was risky. Although there was the shelter of the smoke mission, he should not fail, but who could guarantee that the result of the tulip worm would be repeated? Starting today, say Ella for a while before go to bed every day to enhance the subconscious control of the power of destiny. In any case, once Ella evolves into a greater sprite, she can live for 200 years. It should be enough to accompany him for 200 years. What's more, after Ella evolves, the planting area of auxiliary thorns can be greatly increased, and the production of magic potions in the territory will also double. Wow, Ella, you must work hard. Putting Ella on his shoulder, List began to patrol his castle, caring for every sprite and sprite worm, and went to the underwater worm room to tease the giant algae sprite Parker. The great sprite Parker did not live in the underwater worm room, but in the small underwater castle that Virginia Truth built for it at the mouth of the canal. It liked to be alone, and even its own kind of sprite hated it, let alone other sprites. After calling for a long time, it swam over lazily and ate the jade powder that List sprinkled on it. This great sprite was as narcissistic and poisonous as ever. List quickly throw away Ella, a clown sprite, ugly. Wow, a clown that can't talk, really ugly. Parker grinned disdainfully, and his fangs were very eye-catching. Only List and Parker are handsome. Wow, Ella raised her hand, and a green light appeared. Parker reacted very quickly, and also raised his hand with a yellow-brown light. Looking for a fight. All of you stop. List slightly stirred up the dragon's fighting spirit and defeated the two rays of light. Parker, you are indeed handsome, but you have to keep a low profile. Parker has been very low-key. Parker floated on the water and said, Parker was the most handsome, but in order to take care of your mood, you are barely counted. Oh, List listened and left the underwater worm room without looking back. He really had nothing in common with Parker. Before leaving, he did not forget to teach the sprite on his shoulder. Ella, when you evolve into a great sprite, remember not to learn from Parker, or you will lose me. Chapter 744. After lunch, List began his inspection of the territory. The first place he went to was the thorn plantation. After several inspections, it was easy to find a thorn that had already bred a sprite worm, and it was a fast-growing poisonous thorn. No matter what kind of thorn sprite worm it was, it could be planted with potions. List ordered the worm protection team to take care of the breeding thorn sprite worm. List was too lazy to continue his inspection. The news that he had become a dragon knight had spread like rain to every corner of the island. Everywhere he went, there were bound to be a large number of serfs who were not concentrating on their work and peeking at him. The officials all had dog noses, frantically looking for excuses to get close to List, even just to see the great Dragon Knight Lord from a distance. This situation was difficult to calm down in a short time. The Dragon Knight was too shocking. Everyone grew up listening to the story of the Dragon Knight when they were young. Even the lowest serfs had dreams of becoming a Dragon Knight when they were young. In all-night novels, 99% of the protagonists will ride a dragon. Even if you can't ride a dragon, you have to at least kill a dragon. Annoying. List rode the Chocobo Loki and flew to Thorn Castle. After a while, he returned to the castle. He felt that there was nothing to do urgently, so he simply trained the blizzard beasts for a while. In peacetime, the blizzard beasts were basically moving rock mines. Every day, a retainer knight would take them to a special stone square, allowing the blizzard beasts to release magic at will in the stone square, consuming so much energy that it wanted to overflow. Woof woof. Dosen had grown up and was no longer as enthusiastic as when he was a child. He began to have the majesty of an intermediate world of Warcraft. However, the uncontrollable wagging of its tail betrayed its steadiness. The 8 little ones lined up behind Trembling Woods, maintaining the strict discipline of the battlefield. This Blizzard Bee squad, under List's training, was like a pack of wolves. Dosen Rockthorn. List pointed. Dosen quickly opened his mouth, and a huge rockthorn pierced out from a designated position in the distance. Their cooperation was still skillful, but he sighed softly. Unfortunately, my battlefield is no longer a knight's charge or a siege. You can't continue to shine by following me. Thinking of this, he ordered the retainer knight behind him, go find Emily. Yes, your highness. The 12-year-old girl arrived quickly. She was wearing a leather armor that was almost worn out. The doqi in her body was already very abundant, and her skin had been tanned to a healthy wheat color. Although her body hadn't developed much, her tall stature still showed a valiant and heroic bearing. Her delicate and exotic face was quite charming. Your Highness, how's your cultivation recently? Compared to the speed of training on the battlefield, the efficiency of normal training is too low. Emily's face was filled with a sense of urgency. The count she admired and chased after had become a dragon knight, while she was still an elite Earth knight. She felt that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger, and so was the pressure. She had completely forgotten that she was only a 12-year-old girl who had only trained for a year and a half. To be able to have such achievements was enough to show disdain for all of Sapphire and even the kingdom of the continent. Don't always think about improving your strength. A balance between work and rest is the best way to train. Emily knows it's just stop. List directly raised his hand to stop Emily from speaking. It was nothing more than worrying about the impact of her menstrual period. It was a little awkward for a little girl to talk about her menstrual period all day. However, looking at the girl's stubborn expression, he still admired her. If he had the girl's hard work, perhaps he would have created a set of Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Do Chi Secret Manual. Inexplicably, he thought of the light green gem dragon. He only had one, and couldn't ride two dragons at the same time. Emily in front of him, loyalty was not a problem, and her talent was blessed by the smoke's power of fate. Perhaps she could be of great use. If the kingdom could come up with a Dragon Knight backup plan, he suddenly wanted to come up with such a plan. Of course, Emily was a woman. This world had never heard of female Dragon Knight being born. Whether she was worth cultivating or not, he had to consider the risks involved. And women had to marry sooner or later. List quickly suppressed his random thoughts. He thought for a moment and took out a purple crystal tortoise shell the size of a palm from his space ring. Take this tortoise shell. I took it from the Dragon Knight Carl Low Violet. Wearing it will help your thunder attribute Do Chi grow. She took the tortoise shell. Even though she had been pretending to be cold and mature, feeling the surging thunder attribute magic, Emily was still trembling with excitement. Your Highness, Emily. She suddenly felt hot tears welling up in her eyes. She choked with sobs and couldn't speak. This was the Dragon Knight's personal item. List said calmly, if you think it's valuable, make good use of it. Grow quickly and drive me in a battle. Yes, Your Highness. Emily belongs to Your Highness. I swear my life to Your Highness and am ready to fight for Your Highness at any time. Emily could only repeat the declaration to express her gratitude. With the tortoise shell and a sufficient supply of potions, your Do Chi will not stagnate, so you don't have to practice hard every day. I will give you a new task. Take 2 hours a day to help me train the Blizzard Bee Squad. In the future, when we charge on a battlefield, they will be under your command. Emily solemnly said, as you wish, Your Highness. Then from tomorrow onwards, arrive at Thorn Castle on time at 9 o'clock in the morning. I will personally teach you how to train the Blizzard Beasts. Yes, you may leave. Emily bowed respectfully and left Bramble Castle. List breathed a sigh of relief. Dosin was an important helper in his rise. Without Dosin's siege, there would be no rapid development. But now that the Blizzard Beasts could not keep up, it would be a waste of their skills to keep them as pets. They were World of Warcraft, not native dogs. Leaving them to Emily to train may be the best choice. There was another thing that happened in the afternoon. Garcia and Fox, 2 Sky Knights who had been captured, asked to see List. What can I do for you two? List was quite helpless towards these 2 men. Alonso was confident that he could sweep Sapphire, so there was no need to talk about ransom at all. As a result, they were routed and fled without a trace. The issue of ransom for the 2 men was naturally far away. Your Highness, His Highness Alonso has not paid ransom for us for a long time. This time, the Battle of the Dragon Slayer was won by His Highness. I am afraid it will be difficult for our ransom to be realized. We can't wait any longer. If we don't get the supply of potions, our chi cultivation will completely degenerate. Garcia said with a bitter face. Fox continued, so after careful consideration, we hope to follow His Highness and fight for His Highness from now on. Both of them were orphans. Because they had not made too many contributions, they were not titled and did not get married. They had always been looking forward to making contributions for Alonso. However, they became captives in the Battle of Trap Dragon Mountain. Not only did they not make any contributions, but they also lost their training materials. The more advanced a knight was, the more they needed potions. Now that they had been imprisoned on Black Horse Island for more than 2 months, List naturally would not give them the potions. If this continues, their chi will degenerate, and they may even fall to the level of an Earth Knight. At that time, it will be difficult to attack the level of a Sky Knight. It was tantamount to a ruined future. In the face of the collapse of their cultivation, the end of their future, and the delay of the Lord to pay the ransom, the two were unable to maintain their loyalty to Alonso, even if they guessed that Alonso might be preparing to rescue them after the Battle of the Dragon Slayer and avoid paying the ransom. However, it was still not good. At least Alonso should have written a letter to take care of them, instead of ignoring them. Now that Alonso had failed in the Battle of the Dragon Slayer and List had risen strongly, the two naturally changed their mentality and surrendered to List. Chapter 745. This chapter is The Little Whale Who Loved Chocolate, Wan Zongchong. The country needed a lot of manpower, and List, who planned to rob talents, naturally would not refuse 2 Sky Knight captives who were already familiar with him. In fact, during this period of time, the two of them had been doing a good job at the Knight Academy. Their characters were also passable. One could not expect a knight to swear to die and not surrender. A knight's war was a game for the nobles. If they were captured, they would either have to pay a ransom or surrender. He planned to separate the two. Garcia was arranged to go to the Iron Hoof City and be in charge of 1 Orders of Chivalry. Fox stayed on Black Horse Island and was also in charge of 1 Orders of Chivalry. Just like Garcia and Fox, after learning that Chi was a magic shooter, the 3 archmages Lars, Serial, and Dalaka, who were captured from the Eagle Kingdom, cried out that they wanted to follow Chi and listen to the teachings of the truth. In the understanding of mages, magic shooters were the embodiment of the truth in the secular world. So with Chi's halo, Chris quickly established the Flame Territory Guild of Magic in the Mage Tower. With Chi as the president, Chris as the vice president, and the 3 great magicians and Mary Dawn as the executive committee, the guild quickly set up a framework. All magicians who joined the guild were required to accept the guild's mandatory management, and all research projects had to be reviewed by the guild. Of course, List also referred to some of his own ideas and proposed a lot of constructive management plans for the Guild of Magic. For example, providing laboratories for the great magicians, funding projects, arranging magician assistants, magic apprentices, etc., but the great magicians had to turn in their research papers and research results. In fact, it was similar to the laboratory system on Earth, where the great magicians were the professors who did the research. The state funded the research, the professors enjoyed the honor, and the final results were turned in. At the same time, in addition to the magician's own cultivation level, there would also be a set of arcanist levels evaluated according to scientific research results. They were roughly divided into arcanist, great arcanist, chief arcanist, arcanist tutor, and so on. There was no such term as arcanist in this world, so List used it instead of the term professor. He always felt that arcanist was a little higher than professor. Under the framework of the Guild of Magic, the Arcanist Assessment Committee was quickly established. Chi was appointed as the chairman of the committee, with the right of veto and the right to forcibly promote. List, on the other hand, appointed himself as the observer of the committee, with the right of veto, direct promotion, and the right to dissolve the committee at any time. Basically, he had the final say in the Guild of Magic and the Arcanist Assessment. If he didn't say anything, then everything would be left to Chi. If Chi didn't say anything, she would follow the rules of the Guild of Magic and the Arcanist Assessment Board. The establishment of the Guild of Magic and the Arcanist Assessment Board was not a joke. As more and more mages in the territory participated in the construction of the territory, an effective system for managing mages had to be established to provide services to List at all times. For example, the cultivation of the crystal Xianxia became the first topic of research after the establishment of the Guild of Magic. Magicians could choose to accept or reject the research. Once they accepted the research, they had to produce results within a specified time. He had successfully cultivated a new crystal Xianxia and submitted the cultivation plan to the Guild of Magic for the large-scale cultivation of crystal Xianxia in his territory. If you want to be taught by a magic shooter, you have to join the Guild of Magic and provide research results. Otherwise, get lost. List was very direct. Chris, you will strictly manage the Guild of Magic according to the requirements I set. Anyone who dares to violate the rules of the guild or is unwilling to join the guild will be expelled. Yes, Your Highness. In addition, mages are not allowed to conduct forbidden magic experiments in private. Once discovered, they will be expelled. If the circumstances are serious, they will be obliterated. He always had his guard up against mages. After setting the high standards, List finally had the time to inquire about the progress of some magic experiments. It's going to snow soon. How's the cultivation of the snow flame mushroom? Does it conflict with the flame mushroom in the weave? Judging from the current cultivation signs, although both are fire elemental cordyceps, they do not conflict with each other. Give me the detailed data as soon as possible. I'm ready to trade the cordyceps again. The cordyceps was a plan that List had made a long time ago. He wanted anything that could increase his potions. The Guild of Magic can release more research on the cordyceps. His Excellency Achilles told me the same thing. He believes that the relationship between the cordyceps and the weave is the most direct way for ordinary mages to study the weave. Yes, with a cheese arrangement, List could be at ease. He left the Mage Tower. He continued to deal with official business. Coral Island and Black Horse Island were mobilizing serfs to find new varieties of thorns, but the results were not good. There were no new varieties. Oxtail Territory and Ironhoof City also arranged for night to search. Lee William also wrote letters to many noble lords who were in contact with them, asking them to search for thorns. Even the Sapphire Grand Duke, List wrote a letter asking the Sapphire family to help find it. If Ella wanted to evolve, perhaps any new variety of thorns could trigger the evolution conditions. But in order to increase the probability of its evolution success, the more new varieties of thorns, the better. Even if the increase of pheromones did not increase the probability of success, at least it could give psychological comfort. On the path of evolution, List had no idea how to help Ella. Comfort, encouragement, watering, fertilizing, increasing pheromones, that was all he could do. The palace speedboats, allocated by the Sapphire family, were soon delivered to Black Horse Island. There were a total of 6 new ships. Originally, it was intended to supplement the palace fleet, but List wanted to find an archipelago as soon as possible to establish a country as soon as possible. The Grand Duke also wanted List to leave quickly. 6 speedboats, 3 for the territory to supplement trade, and 3 for Yevich and Kosto to train. As soon as the New Year's Day was over, they would set off for exploration. Not only was the Grand Duke anxious, but List also wanted to find a place to establish a country as soon as possible. The earlier they found it, the earlier they could develop it. Before the territory industry was fully spread out, they could directly complete the industry transfer to avoid too many losses during the transfer of the territory. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. News about the Eagle Kingdom finally reached List's hands. There was information provided by the Sapphire Grand Duke and the Blood Servant. The Dragon Knight Carl Law is dead, and the Eagle Kingdom is furious. It is rumored that the king said on the spot that he would launch a second dragon-slaying war. The news of the failure of the dragon-slaying war spread, and the situation on the borders of the 3 countries was turbulent. Alonso had to rush to the front line immediately to take charge of the border. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom sent an emissary group on the way to Sapphire. Ready to visit me? The Eagle Kingdom does not seem to give up, sending a large number of ships to harass the Sapphire Fleet trade route, and there are disputes at sea. Chapter 746. The light green gemstone dragon was still sleeping on the Dodo Island. The Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knight candidate was not riding a dragon. I'm afraid that the loss of the dragon would cause turmoil in the kingdom, so they deliberately released false news. The Eagle Kingdom knew that they were no match for Sapphire's fleet, but they still sent a large number of ships out to sea. It seems that they were not harassing the trade route, but secretly looking for the light green gemstone dragon. List quickly understood. Because the Eagle Kingdom released false news in time, the situation did not collapse. After all, the Dragon Knight was dead, but the dragon was still there, which meant that the loss of combat power was not too much. Although the Dragon Knight was far stronger than a dragon, it was not to the extent of crushing it. Otherwise, the Dragon Knight would have killed dragons everywhere, and the evil dragon would not have survived. Strictly speaking, the Dragon Knight of the Night relied more on the strength of the dragon to practice. In the Dragon Knight system, the knight was the leader, but the dragon was the embodiment of combat power. Even the dragon fighting technique relied on the release of the dragon. Without the assistance of the knight, the dragon could only exert about 70% of its strength, but with the assistance of the knight, it could exert 110% of its strength. Carlotta was originally guarding the border with the Blast Furnace Kingdom. Now that the Kingdom of Eagle has claimed that the light green gemstone dragon is still there, and the royal families of the two kingdoms are connected by marriage, the Blast Furnace Kingdom has been stabilized. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom probably has no chance to join forces with the Blast Furnace Kingdom to attack. Should I leak the news of the light green gemstone dragon? List secretly wondered if he should make a big move. The benefits of making a big move were obvious. It would disrupt the stability of the Eagle Kingdom, make it difficult for them to take care of themselves, and naturally could not be distracted by the sea. But he certainly could not say that the light green gemstone dragon was obtained by him. If so, the three kingdoms might join forces to launch a dragon-slaying war to prevent him from making a big move. He also could not say that the light green gemstone dragon fell into the sea and died. In that case, all countries would come to the sea to salvage the dragon corpse. After all, the value of a dragon corpse was too great. Forget it. If I continue to anger or disturb the Eagle Kingdom, it is likely that I will bring disaster to the fish in the moat. I'm still too weak now. Steadily develop. Wait for the light green gemstone dragon to recover. Then gather the power of two dragons and the magic shooter, and then announce to dominate the sea. A dragon knight and a high mage, this kind of power would certainly threaten the continent's kingdoms, but it wouldn't be too great of a threat. It just so happened to be at a level where the kingdoms on the continent were extremely fearful of it, but it was not worth it to launch another dragon-slaying war. Another dragon would break the balance, and the mainland kingdom would not want to see another dragon-slaying war. The kingdom's rise was bound to annex Sapphire. At that time, with the combined power of 3 dragons and a high mage, the coastal kingdom would definitely be restless and would launch an even bigger dragon-slaying war. Kingdom's kingdom, and green and dragon-slaying king. Kingdom was the kingdom. Green Gemini balance is more beneficial. To maintain the balance. Lys was a bit proud. Who would have thought that the countryside baron would become such a sensational figure? Steel and Iron Ridge Kingdom sent an emissary group to visit me. What's their purpose? The Grand Duchy of Sapphire was a vassal state of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. Perhaps this time, the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom had the same idea, wanting Lys to become a vassal state of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. If that's the case, should I agree? Vassal states had to pay tribute to the suzerain in order to receive protection from the suzerain. Sapphire was able to dominate the seas because Steel and Iron Ridge kept the Eagle Kingdom in check, preventing the Eagle Kingdom from launching a counterattack against Sapphire. Otherwise, the Eagle Kingdom would have made a move against Sapphire long ago. Even so, Sapphire was almost destroyed, which showed the disadvantage of a duchy against a kingdom. Logically speaking, as long as the conditions are good, becoming a vassal state isn't a bad thing. However, the specifics still have to depend on where my country is located. If it's too far from the Iron and Steel Ridge, there's no point in becoming a vassal state. Let's talk about it when the emissary group arrives. At that time, I'll discuss it with Marquis Oxdale. There was only half a month left before the New Year's Day. Good news came one after another. The Thorns worm was successfully bred, and List was successfully contracted. More than 100 knight had come to seek refuge, but they were all ordinary Earth Knight. Pilgrimage mages also came one after another, signing up to join the Guild of Magic, ready to exchange their research results for the opportunity to be mentored by archmages. At the same time, a new variety of thorns from the Outer Island was quickly transported back to Black Horse Island. List asked Ella to collect the thorn's pheromone on the spot. But as expected, the smoke mission was still not completed after the collection. Obviously, a new variety of thorns was not enough, and more was needed. The trade plan for discarded cordyceps was also carried out quickly. The three selected nobles had sent people to Black Horse Island with discarded cordyceps, fungus, and serfs to trade. The three new types of abandoned cordyceps were the earth attribute Big Fur, the water attribute White Ghost Pin, and the wind attribute Greenwood Ear. The trade went very smoothly, and none of the three families wanted to miss the new cordyceps. However, the snowflame mushroom could only be planted in winter. Even if the quality was better than ordinary flame mushroom, its value was still much lower. This trip, not only did List not earn gold coins from the trade, but he also lost 500 gold coins. At this point, the territory has 10 kinds of abandoned cordyceps. The water-type blue pine mushroom and white ghost brush, the earth-type golden thread fungus and big fur chicken, the wind-type greenwood ear fungus, the thunder-type flattery fungus, the ice-type monkey head mushroom, the dark-type black truffle, and the fire-type flame mushroom and snow flame mushroom. 8 magic attributes. Only 1 light attribute cordyceps was missing. When the scale of all abandoned cordyceps reaches a critical point, the output of magic potions will never be much lower than the output of a big elf. However, abandoned cordyceps require far more manpower than ordinary plants. Even though the number of serfs in the territory has exceeded 100,000, there is still a gradual shortage of labor. White paper workshops and glass workshops are expanding, and seawater drying salt is also being promoted. In the era of industrialization, these industries all require a lot of manpower. 100,000 people is simply a drop in the bucket. There are still 100,000 serfs in Iron Heel City. There are no elves farming there. Maybe I should send them all to Black Horse Island and fully develop Black Horse Island. List looked at the increasing demand for serfs reported by the territorial officials and finally made a decision. Xavier, inform Isaiah to make arrangements for the new serfs. Isaiah has been transferred to the Port Town Administrative Officer, taking over Blair's vacancy. On the other hand, Gort and the former Administrative Officer Blair went to Iron Shoe City to take up their new post. List was going to write to Gort and ask him to make arrangements for the transfer of 50,000 serfs from Iron Shoe City. Iron Heel City can develop its trade with peace of mind. He intends to lease the land to the Tulip family for farming. While the Flame territory was busy, a group of knights under the banner of the Iwashi family followed the fleet of the Tulip family to Black Horse Port. The leader was Dean Iwashi, the eldest son of the Marquis of Wildwave. List received Dean in the Thorn Fort, accompanied by Marquis D. Maria Rainflower Stone and a great elf who was sleeping soundly in a jade box. It was fat, turquoise, and had a small bean sprout with a green bean pod on its head. Chapter 747. As a domain knight and an old Marquis Wildwave had a total of 4 great sprites. They were the Barley Great Sprite, the Pea Great Sprite, the 5-Leaf Brocade Great Sprite, and the Eucalyptus Great Sprite. Among them, the most valuable was undoubtedly the 5-Leaf Brocade Great Sprite because it could grow potions. The second was the Barley Great Sprite, which could produce the staple barley. But after some consideration, List chose the youngest Pea Great Sprite, which was only 75 years old. Peas were the most common food for commoners. Nobles usually did not eat beans and only used them as fodder for their horses. But List was different. The beans in his territory were very valuable and could be used in all kinds of bean products. And most importantly, his territory had a special product, mushroom peas. Mushroom peas could grow large amounts of rhizobia, helping the land to fix nitrogen and increasing crop production. All the wasteland would quickly become fertile after 2 crops of peas. During the farm rotation, List mainly let the territory plant mushroom peas and harvest rhizobia. He then used rhizobia on other leguminous plants to increase the yield of leguminous plants. Soybeans, peas, cowpeas, mung beans, as well as Gladitsia sinensis and peanuts could all obtain rich rhizobia nitrogen fixation. But the mushroom peas' rhizobia was most effective on peas and broad beans. So Liszt had been secretly thinking about how he could mutate soybeans and peanuts to produce rhizobia. In short, the five-leaf brocade great sprite couldn't even kill Marquis Wildwave. The barley great sprite was too old, so Liszt chose the pea great sprite after some consideration. Relying on the mutated mushroom peas and the continuous promotion of beans, the pea great sprite was very useful. Under Liszt's gaze, Dean reluctantly activated his chi and removed the contract with the pea great sprite. The pea great sprite had just woken up, and before it could react, Liszt roughly stuck his finger into its mouth and pinched it. Its teeth unconsciously closed. In the blink of an eye, a clear telepathic link was formed between him and the pea great sprite. Licking the blood that was still on the tip of its tongue, the great pea sprite was a little confused. It looked at Dean and felt that he was an acquaintance, but there was no sense of closeness like in the past. On the contrary, the good-looking stranger in front of it gave it a very warm feeling. It was just a nap, and suddenly everything was different. Your Highness Liszt, I've handed Dinho over to you. Can my father regain his freedom? Dean asked, enduring the discomfort. Why don't you stay for lunch? How could Dean be in the mood? He just wanted to leave right now and go far away. He no longer had to feel the pain of having to part with the great elf. However, Marquis Wildwave said, Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness. Then we, father and son, will not disturb Your Highness. The food of Thorn Castle is truly unforgettable. As a domain knight, his captive life on Black Horse Island was very comfortable, with good food and drink. Thus, they quickly fell in love with the rich food and clean environment here. If it wasn't for the fact that they were enemies, this place could have been a vacation spot. Liszt smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. It's just lunch. It won't take up much time. He had a good impression of Marquis Wildwave. During this time, he had a lot of discussions about the practice of the battle energy field. Although Liszt did not intend to study the battle energy field, he still had to try the necessary practice, lest he had the secret book but did not know how to practice systematically. Sir Dean, when you set off from the Eagle Kingdom, did you learn about the kingdom's reaction to the battle of the Dragon Slayer? Liszt suddenly asked. Dean glanced at his father. Marquis Wildwave was holding a teacup and tasting the fine green tea. When he heard this, he could not help but scold. What do you need to hide in front of Your Highness? Dean replied with embarrassment. Your Highness Liszt, I don't know enough. After receiving your letter, the family hurriedly prepared the ransom and went to Sapphire. I only heard some news along the way. The coastal areas were talking about the battle of the Dragon Slayer and were shocked by the death of His Highness Carl. But the reaction of the kingdom's top officials is still unclear. Oh, Liszt could not deny it. In a world without the internet, it would be impossible for the results of the battle of the Dragon Slayer to spread in a few months. Except for some of the top nobles, the small nobles and civilians in the vast area did not know about the battle of the Dragon Slayer and rarely cared about things outside their territory. Most of the civilians had never left the town or village where they lived in their entire lives. Even those small nobles rarely went out if it was not because of the war. The cost of going out was very considerable, and they might as well stay in their territory. In short, if Liszt wanted to know more about the battle of the Dragon Slayer, he could only wait for Mary and other blood servants to continue to send back news from the Eagle Kingdom. The lunch was grand, mainly because of the variety of dishes. Marquis Wildwave ate happily, but his son Dean was a little nervous. He had just tried many of the new dishes and was still not used to it. After the lunch, Marquis Wildwave suddenly proposed, Your Highness, your territory has many novel specialties. If possible, I hope to open a trade with your territory. At this time, you don't mind the attitude of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family? The Dragon Knight will naturally worry about the royal family's affairs. I followed His Highness Alonso to war, lost troops, and was even captured. The royal family can't compensate me. I can only find ways to reduce the losses myself. Di Maria did not care much about the royal family's attitude. The feudal lords enjoyed great autonomy, and the royal family did not interfere too much. What materials do you want to trade? Green tea, glass, white paper, and porcelain. These were all products that Di Maria had enjoyed during this time and felt that they had great prospects. Glass, white paper, and porcelain can be traded, but green tea production is insufficient. At most, it could supply your castle. However, there's a product that I don't know if you have any ideas about. Your Highness, please speak clearly. Salt. Better sea salt than well salt and pond salt. Salt. Di Maria raised his eyebrows and seemed to be thinking. After a moment, he made a decision. I am very interested, but I don't know how much sea salt is produced. Leave this to the servants. Have some tea. After reaching a verbal agreement on trade cooperation, Marquis Wildwave and his party set off to leave Black Horse Island. Only then did List have time to communicate carefully with the Great Pea Sprite. The Great Sprite had a strong, independent mind, so even though it had established a contract with List, it was still unhappy and unwilling to face List after learning of its situation. Dinho, you will live here from now on. List walked into the worm room and saw Dinho, the Great Pea Sprite, hiding in the worm room. Dinho was the name given to it by the Yuhua Shi family. Chapter 748. This chapter is the chariot past. Ahem. List coughed dryly. Dinho was talking about Ella. After Ella saw the pea elf move into the bug room, she began to declare her sovereignty. In Thorn Castle, Ella thought that she was the boss, and sooner or later she would be subdued. She didn't expect a big elf to appear halfway, which made her nervous. What's more, there was a big elf with sharp teeth living outside the castle. These elves were constantly provoking her position, which was not a good sign. Thorn Castle would not allow such a powerful elf to exist. Ella is just a little grumpy. You could just ignore it. Anyway, since you're here, you have to integrate into my family. List shook hands with the pea elf. How about we start by changing our names and slowly get used to the new life? Change my name? Well, Dinho is a thing of the past. You should have a new name. No matter how smart the pea elf was, it was only a big elf. Soon, List guided it out of its disappointment. What name should I change? You are a pea elf. I think the name Ike is more suitable for you. There was once a very powerful knight named Ice Archer Ike. She had a pea elf who evolved into a dragon elf. Others gave her a nickname, Pea Archer. List casually made up a story. After a few books, his ability to tell stories was already very good. I hope you can evolve into a dragon elf one day, so Ike will be a good wish. The pea elf tilted its head and thought for a moment, then readily agreed. Well, then I will be called Ike. That was it. List's second elf was officially named Ike. Although it was a second-hand elf, it still made him excited for a long time. It had to be said that compared to Parker, a big elf who could ruin the scenery with his mouth, the pea elf was really beautiful and deserved the beautiful title of elf. Her personality was also very normal. She might be a little cold, but most elves were relatively cold. After asking about Ike's favorite flavor of corn powder, List immediately asked someone to bring a lot for her as a snack. He then closed the door and left the room, just in time to hear Ella at the window of the worm room, making a wow sound. List looked up at the chandelier on the walkway and felt a little emotional. Why do the elves I get have such personalities, while the elves others get are so peaceful? Is it because I respect the development of the elves' personality? In his opinion, it was very likely that this was the case. The great nobles of this world treated elves as farming tools. He was the only one who saw the elves as independent individuals and did not restrict the development of the elves' individual will. Parker's venomous tongue and narcissism, Ella's domineering and violent temper, Nami's socialization and diligence, Mickey's addiction to counting corn, and Fitz, Tam, and Eddie's frequent civil war. He did not impose any restrictions. He only set a bottom line. They were not allowed to hurt the elves, and they were not allowed to hurt each other. Judging from the fact that Ella has triggered the evolution of the great elves, my reasonable connivance may be more helpful to the evolution of the elves. List was vaguely proud of himself. Perhaps, as he had guessed, personality could play a role in promoting the evolution of elves. In the beginning, Ella broke the shackles of fate and evolved into a little elf because of the thorn's worm's unwillingness. And Ella, whose status was threatened, began to trigger the evolution of a great elf because of her desire to be strong. Maybe I can start from the personality aspect and cultivate the potential of the elves to evolve. Forget it. It always feels like a kind of destruction to interfere with the personality of the elves. Now that I am a dragon knight, there is no need to torture the elves. I will provide convenience for them, and the rest is to let them live a stable life. List had never been able to treat the elves as a tool. Wow. His thoughts were interrupted by Ella's cry. He no longer thought about these things. Everything was fine. The top priority was to complete the evolution of Ella and welcome his third great elf. I hope this snow does not affect too much area, otherwise the thorns will not be easy to find. Thorns were evergreen plants, often mixed in bushes. It was easy to find the traces of thorns in winter, provided that it did not snow. If the snow was buried, nothing could be found. In the evening, the Iron Knight, Alvin Eaglesword, came to Thorn Castle and sent the improved roar of Thunder Knight's suit. Your Royal Highness, according to your request, and with the assistance of the Guild of Magic, I have successfully engraved the flame pattern on the roar of thunder and added some fire attribute materials, which can effectively increase the fire attribute of combat energy. This set of knight armor was originally worn by Carl Law. However, Carl Law was much shorter than List, so it had to be improved. The improved Fury of Thunder was no longer silver-white, but a silver-white background with fiery red lines outlined. From a distance, the red lines were distinct, and the color effect of the flame was very three-dimensional. Not bad. The improvement is very good. After changing to the Roar of Thunder, it felt very suitable. After sending Alvin away, he went straight to the locker room to look in the mirror. The mirror reflected a handsome and domineering knight. Putting on the helmet and looking left and right, Liz said again, "Bring me my tricolor cloak." Usually, these equipment were placed in the space ring, but occasionally they would be taken out for the servants to clean. Soon, the manservant Thomas handed over the cloak and helped List put it on his shoulders. At this moment, List was wearing the Roar of Thunder, with the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword at his waist, a red, black, and gold-edged tricolor cloak on his back, and 3 space rings on his hands. Handsome, confident, and domineering. I always feel that the color of the sword doesn't match. The color of the armor and cloak are very compatible. The red cloak and the red armor lines complement each other, but the blue greatsword doesn't match. If I replace the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword with the pure Silver Fury of Thunder, the lack of red lines doesn't seem to match. Alvin is still too noob to engrave the flame pattern on the Fury of Thunder. The quality of the material of the Dragon Spear Fury of Thunder was far superior to the material of the Armor Roar of Thunder. Alvin was just an ordinary Iron Knight and could not carry out a second forging. He changed out of the armor. Changing back to Frack Abier, List walked into the study and continued to ponder the Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Combat Secret Book. Recently, he was entangled with mundane affairs. At present, this secret book still only had one move, dragon slaying. Countless inspirations collided and flashed in his mind, and he did not settle down to ponder. And he was destined to not ponder for long, and was entangled with trivial matters again. Achi returned from the sea. Like List, she had been arming her strength during this period, always thinking of creating powerful magic in line with her identity as a magic shooter. "So now you've created magic that is stronger than advanced magic?" List asked as he followed Achi out. The level of magic was officially registered by the Guild of Magic. It was classified into 3 categories: basic magic, prototype magic array, ordinary magic, static magic array, and advanced magic dynamic magic array. Achi nodded and said, "Brother." Achi studied the Weave and Dragon Combat Secret Book, plus the knowledge that Brother taught in the past, and finally found the clue of higher-level magic. The first new magic that surpasses advanced magic is still in its embryonic form and not perfect. They came to the sea. While the sky was not completely dark, Achi began to release her new magic. She took a deep breath and brewed it for a full 10 seconds before suddenly raising her right hand. The next moment, the weave appeared, and countless high-energy magic was extracted from the weave. On the calm sea, a huge water curtain slowly rose. The water curtain seemed to form the shape of a chainsaw, and the water at the edge of the saw moved at high speed, making a sound similar to a sonic boom. Go! A chi waved to the rocky beach on the shore. Chapter 749. It was very powerful. List felt that the power of a chi's magic was comparable to a charged attack when he was riding a dragon, but it was still a little short of the power of the Dragon Slash. If he were to use the Dragon Slash, I'm afraid that one move would not only cut the rocky beach in half, but the surrounding rocks would also be completely shattered. The move of the Dragon Warrior contained real explosive power. Can it be cast instantaneously? List jumped to the rocky beach and carefully examined the rocks cut by the water chainsaw. The cut was not smooth, but the power of the attack was very condensed. In the vision of the magic eye, he could still see traces of magic. According to his experience, such power could already pose a great threat to the Dragon Knight, and it was indeed beyond the level of advanced magic. Achi shook her head and said, "Not yet. This kind of magic is very difficult to maintain. The rune calculations required are very complex, and the power will be doubled with the help of the sea. But if it is released on the ground, not only the release speed will be slowed down, but the power will also be weakened a lot." Liz subconsciously reached out and stroked Achi's blue hair. "Practice more. If you master this move, you'll definitely be on par with a full-fledged Dragon Knight in a head-on battle on the sea." When she was with List, Achi would take off her hood and reveal her flawless face. Unfortunately, since putting on clothes, she has never shown her natural figure in front of List. This often made List feel sorry. "By the way, do you have a name for this magic? And how do you judge the level? What do you think, brother? I don't know much about the magic principle of this move, so I can't judge it. You make your own decision." The cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. List did not understand this magic at all, and he was a little tired thinking about it. Achi thought for a moment. "Then this magic will be called Chainsaw Super High-Pressure Water Knife. Its principle is similar to Chainsaw and High-Pressure Water Knife. As for the level, it will be classified as Super Magic. According to the principle of magic arrays, it should be a dynamic acceleration magic array or a high-speed magic array." At this point, the classification of magic was completely clear. The magic cultivation system was also in sharp contrast with the knight cultivation system. Basic magic, prototype magic array, magic apprentice versus apprentice knight, elementary combat energy, basic combat energy moves, normal magic, static magic array, magician versus earth knight, intermediate chi, chi secret book, advanced magic, dynamic magic array, archmagus versus sky knight, advanced warrior energy secret book, super magic, high-speed magic array, magic shooter versus dragon knight, draconic energy secret manual. With such a comparison, List keenly discovered that regardless of whether it was the Dragon Knight or the Mage, the two different training systems had a similar hierarchy. It could be seen that in terms of the use of magic, regardless of whether it was a knight who focused on refining his own combat aura or a sorcerer who absorbed free magic, they both achieved the same result through different means. No wonder the world was once ruled by mages, and now the world is ruled by knight. These two cultivation systems are probably highly efficient at using mana. Survival of the fittest. That was probably the reason. On the way back, List raised another question. Achi, the mage and the knight's training methods are similar, and the magic shooter uses the magic net, while the dragon knight uses the magic net. Do you think there will be a higher level of mage and knight if we continue to train? I don't know, brother. Achi hasn't even studied the magic shooter thoroughly yet. All right, List himself had not studied the Dragon Knight thoroughly, so he no longer worried about the future and asked, "You have been preparing to switch elemental forms. Have you found any clues to switch?" Achi was a water mage and could not release the other 7 types of magic, which made her feel that her strength was greatly limited. in view of the fact that she could use magic traction to release natural magic that belonged to chaos magic, and that she had recently developed a magic armament that could store clothes. In theory, the magic shooter could use the magic net to forcibly switch their own elemental bodies to complete the release of various types of magic. However, she shook her head. I feel that there are a lot of clues, but after careful study, I found too many problems and restrictions. So, Achi is still distressed. All right, take your time to study, no hurry. There was indeed no need to worry about the current situation. The news that the Eagle Kingdom was holding on to the light green gem dragon showed that the kingdom was empty and simply unable to launch another dragon-slaying war. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom sent an emissary mission, indicating that they had the intention of befriending and not resorting to war. The two kingdoms that could influence the sea were stable, so naturally, List was more stable. He was waiting for the arrival of the emissary mission. However, before the emissary mission arrived, Marquis Merlin arrived at Black Horse Island with Meopal and his wife. At the request of Marquis Merlin, the fleet went straight to Black Horse Port without passing through Tulip Castle. List personally welcomed them to the port. The palace speedboat docked, and Meopal and Angela supported a white-haired old man as they slowly disembarked from a ship. It was the grandfather that List felt closest to, Merlin Longtaro. Grandfather. Good. Marquis Merlin gripped List's hand tightly, but his body had completely collapsed. No matter how tightly he gripped, it would be too weak. His complexion was also extremely gloomy, making people wonder if he could survive this winter. However, the old man was in a good mood. When the news that List had become a Dragon Knight reached his ears, he understood that the Taro family had an unshakable backer. The family might not dare to say that it would flourish forever, but at least during the years when List was alive, it was absolutely safe and sound, and no one dared to touch it. Because Marquis Merlin's health was too poor, he did not stay at the port. He directly boarded a carriage and headed for Thorn Castle. List rode the Chocobo Loki. Under normal circumstances, he did not ride Leo, as it was inconvenient to go back and forth, so he rode Loki to hurry along. Meopal rode a steed and walked side by side with List. List, you're really something. His expression was excited as he exclaimed in admiration, Dragon Knight. You are actually my cousin. I haven't been able to sleep well for several days. It feels incredible. Just SOSO. You know, as soon as I say that I am the cousin of the Dragon Knight, many aristocratic ladies would crazily throw themselves at my bed just to get an excuse that is almost impossible to get close to you. Liz paid attention to the main point. Are you still messing around outside? No, I'm very decent. Oh, by the way, I have good news. I can't help but tell you. Meopal had a happy expression on his face. After taking the life vitality potion you sent, I finally succeeded. Angela is pregnant. Huh. Oh, congratulations. List was really happy for his cousin. Meopal grinned. Thank you. After returning to Thorn Castle, List settled Marquis Merlin down, sent a knight to Tulip Castle to send a message, and prepared for a luncheon. Marquis Merlin came to Black Horse Island for the new year. Now that Thorn Castle was completely built, there were too many houses to live in, and it was not a problem to receive all the members of the Taro family. However, Mesiro and his wife had to wait until the day before the new year. After all, they still had to preside over the affairs of Red Crab Island. After a while, heavy snow was still falling. Marquis Merlin stood on the balcony of Thorn Castle and watched as List called out the little fire dragon Leo. Chapter 750. If one was not from this world, it would be difficult to understand the knight's attitude towards dragons. It was an emotion that had been brainwashed from childhood to adulthood. Even if List himself was obsessed with dragons and liked the beauty of power, it still could not compare to the reverence the indigenous people had for dragons. It was a mixture of many emotions, reaching a distorted and morbid degree. There was reverence like worshiping a god, but there was also a possessiveness like wanting to destroy it if it could not be obtained. A few decades ago, Marquis Merlin communicated with the Sapphire Dragon and expressed that if it was not contracted, the Dragon Lord would kill it. That might have been a joke, or he only dared to say it while the Sapphire Dragon was asleep. But now, the aged Marquis Merlin could no longer say those frivolous words of his youth. He just looked at the little fire dragon Leo and constantly praised him. So beautiful. Leo had always despised humans, so he was very dissatisfied that he was repeatedly called out by List like a monkey being looked at, as if he was a rare monkey. He turned his head and coldly glanced at Thorncastle before flapping his wings and flying into the sky, quickly disappearing without a trace in the heavy snow. Ah, the fire dragon flew away. Meopal exclaimed from the side. List explained, Leo is just flying around in the sky. It will come back soon. He and Leo could communicate with each other through the Dragonheart code, which was an ultra-long-distance communication technology. Little Princess Angela supported Marquis Merlin. She had seen the Sapphire Dragon since childhood and grew up with dragons, so she was no stranger to dragons. She had the most complicated feelings towards List's fire dragon. The fire dragon had saved Sapphire, but because of the fire dragon, Sapphire was about to lose its hegemony. Moreover, she looked up and thought of the petite maid she had seen in the living room. She suddenly felt a mountain of pressure. In this strange-looking castle without battlements or arrow towers, which seriously lacked a sense of security, lived a dragon knight and an archwizard. It was really hard to imagine. The Taro family, which she had once looked down upon, had become a great aristocrat that could not be ignored because of the relationship between the Dragon Knight and the Archwizard. She had to restrain her thoughts and earnestly play the role of the future mistress of the Taro family. Now that she was pregnant, she was completely related to the Taro family. Sigh. Angela sighed in her heart. Women couldn't escape the shackles of their families after all. Their unrestrained and wanton lives had come to an end. Grandpa, the temperature on the balcony is low. Let's go back to the room, List said. Some of the rooms in the Thorn Fort had already been installed with calming divine beads, making them warm in winter and cool in summer. Marquis Merlin refused. When a fire dragon comes back, I'll take another look. Seeing this, List immediately used the Dragonheart code to call Leo, telling him to come back quickly and not to wander around in the snow. After a while, Leo landed on an open space near the castle. The open space had been tamped down, and a 100-meter-high stone platform would be built here next spring. The rocks produced by the Blizzard Beast are piled up nearby, ready for construction at any time. After Marquis Merlin carefully admired it for a moment, List waved his hand, and Leo flew into the sky in an instant, turning into a ball of flames and rushing into his body. An elemental dragon is truly amazing, Marquis Merlin exclaimed. In the afternoon of the next day, the family from Tulip Castle arrived at Thornfort. Lady Penelope, Lee William, Lady Marie, Levis, Rolia, Lavera, Lytton, and Little Richard all followed the team. After some pleasantries, they settled down at Thornfort. Lady Penelope and Lavera planned to stay at Thornfort until the end of the new year, and List naturally would not refuse. Thornfort was big enough. It was just that there was a shortage of servants in the castle. The dozens of child servants that had been trained were obviously not competent for their own work. They could only select serfs who had been servants in the Eagle Kingdom from the new serfs in the territory and continue to serve Thornfort. The serpentines of these servants were very poor, so they did some manual work. The former servants of the castle, such as Thomas, Little Lily, and the others, began to do the work of receiving guests. Perhaps their background and self-restraint were still lacking compared to the servants of great nobles. But this was only the beginning. With the rise of List, their background could naturally be slowly accumulated. After the banquet, the female guests gathered together and gossiped. The men went to List's study, which could be called a library. Rows of bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. Of course, most of the books List had not even read. He only used them to decorate his appearance and let people know that he was a well-read and cultured person. The servants served tea. The topic mainly revolved around how List would establish a kingdom in the future. Whether it was the Tulip family or the Taro family, they were not old nobles. They had not experienced the founding of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, so they had no idea how to establish a kingdom. But even if they had not eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. The Sapphire family's operation method was the best reference. Has the family thought of a new surname? Lee William asked. Splitting the family was inevitable. After all, Liszt was only the second son of the Tulip family. He did not legally have the right to inherit the family. The greater his achievements, the more inevitable the result of splitting the family would be. Tentatively, it will be Flame, Liszt replied. He had more than one dragon, but the family name could only be named after the exposed fire dragon. He really could not think of a better surname. Raging Flame was too vulgar, Burning Flame was too light, Burning Sky was too Chinibu, Fury Flame was too extreme, and Dragon Flame was too common. No matter which one he chose, he would regret it. After thinking about it, he simply used the straightforward Flame as the new surname, just like the Sapphire family used Sapphire as their surname. Sometimes, straightforwardness was the foundation. The royal family of the Eagle Kingdom had the surname White Iron and the surname Moonlight Silver. They were equally straightforward, using the name of the dragon as their surname. Leo was the fire dragon, and the fire dragon was the incarnation of the flame. Flame was the purest name. Perhaps it did not sound as pretentious as Raging Flame, Burning Sky, Red Lotus of Fire, Eternal Flame, and Prairie Fire. But if one carefully tasted it, the flame had a kind of natural charm. In any case, the surnames of nobles were not fixed. When there were more dragon riders, at worst, they would just change it to some domineering surname like Lord of Dragons or Dragon Shepherd. Marquis Merlin chewed on the word flame and unconsciously nodded. Liszt Flame, I think it's not bad. It suits your temperament as a fire dragon knight. So, when are you going to separate? Leavis followed up with a question. After the new year. Liszt himself did not care. Regardless of whether he separated or not, there would not be too many changes. The Tulip family would also not become estranged because of the separation. For example, the Golden Wheat family that Luo Lia came from maintained a very close relationship with the Golden Wheat family. They did not have the idea that they would be strangers after the separation. When the small Kerchief Island Lord was destroyed, the big Kerchief Island Lord had worked hard for the small Kerchief Island Lord. Separation meant the prosperity of the family. In the Blue Blood Alliance, there were many small families that had been separated from the Sapphire family, surrounding and protecting the Sapphire family. As such, Chapter 751. This chapter is Fairy in Dreamwalking. Grandfather, Father, how do you think we should deal with the coming Steel Ridge Kingdom emissary delegation? The topic in the study revolved around establishing a nation. Liszt was looking forward to Marquis Merlin and Marquis Oxdale's political wisdom. It was true that he was the Dragon Knight who stood at the peak of power, but establishing a nation could not be stabilized by strength alone. He still needed to balance his own forces and external forces. In this regard, he obviously did not see it as clearly as the two veteran nobles. The most important thing was that he had only been rising for a short time and did not have a deep understanding of the world's knight system. In other words, he despised this backward system in his heart. He knew that the system must be in line with productivity, but he could not dispel his sense of superiority from the civilized world and change his contempt for the backward system. First of all, we need to analyze the purpose of the Steel Ridge Kingdom emissary delegation. Marquis Merlin set the tone. Judging from the current information, the emissary delegation must have come for the situation of Liszt's nation. The Dragon Knight and the Magic Shooter working together will be unstoppable. The attitude of the Steel Ridge Kingdom should be obvious. Lee William nodded. The Steel Ridge Kingdom hopes to become their vassal state, expand their forces, and treat the future Flame like Sapphire. Maybe Liszt, you'll be named the Grand Duke of the Flame soon. So, Father, Grandfather, do you support my country becoming a vassal state of the Steel Ridge Kingdom? If we want to establish a nation in this sea, becoming a vassal state of the Steel Ridge Kingdom is the best choice. The Eagle Kingdom has mastered sailing technology and is in a competitive relationship with us. Moreover, the Eagle Kingdom is declining. If we unite with the Steel Ridge Kingdom, we may be able to share more benefits in the future. Lee Williams said. Marquis Merlin frowned. Uniting with the Steel Ridge Kingdom may not be a good thing. If the power of the continent is balanced, we can benefit from both sides. If the Steel Ridge Kingdom is strong, they may attack the sea. List's Dragon Knight and a cheese magic shooter will change the continent's view of the sea. But the Eagle Kingdom has already become enemies with us. I'm afraid there is no way to change sides. There are only interests in a country, no friends or enemies. But I'm still inclined to become a vassal state of the Iron and Steel Ridge. I want to join hands with Sapphire to dominate the sea and completely cut off the mainland kingdom's hand on the sea. Lee William, you're too superficial. Cough, cough. Marquis Merlin coughed a few times. His body was getting weaker and weaker, but he was excited. The sea is no longer the exclusive domain of Sapphire. Ever since the Bull family rebelled and brought out sailing technology, the sea is about to usher in a new era. What era? William asked. In this era of strife, the Eagle Kingdom can see the threat of the sea, and the Iron and Steel Ridge can naturally see the convenience of the sea. The rise of the Dragon Knight and the magic shooters will accelerate the development of the sea. If this island can nurture a Dragon Knight, then it will no longer be a desolate land. But in the end, the sea is still lacking in resources. It can't accommodate too many forces. Even if they can't tolerate it, they still have to intervene. The mainland kingdom won't give the island countries the time and space to take off. Just wait and see. The future struggle on the sea will definitely not be as peaceful as the mainland. Marquis Merlin's eyes flickered with wisdom, as if he had already seen the magnificent Great Voyage era. The Taro family had always been known for their shrewdness. Back then, his father had gambled all the family's assets to fund the Grand Duke's development order, in exchange for the huge profits of Red Crab Island. He himself had been unhindered for decades, accumulated a lot of resources, and improved the family status. Unfortunately, he did not have many children. His son's talent was poor, and his grandson's talent was also average, which made him feel suffocated. However, in his grandson, he saw the glory of the Taro family's bloodline. List had inherited too many of his mother's good looks. Looking at this handsome and charming face, he could not help but think of his little daughter, Melissa, who was like the apple of his eye. List Flame, you have the ability to change the structure of the sea. In the future, the sea will inevitably set off huge waves because of you. Whether it is the Iron and Steel Ridge, Eagle Bear, or Sapphire, they will all lose to you in the end. Seize the opportunity, and the former Grand Duke's title, Master of the Sea, will belong to you. Of course, I understand this. List calmly accepted his grandfather's praise. This was the future he had planned. I just think that even if a country is to be built, I'm afraid it will not be in this sea. The expedition fleet has not yet set off, but if they find a suitable archipelago to build a country, this should be far away from the Iron and Steel Ridge and even away from Eagle Bear. Oh, this is indeed possible. Lee William and Marquis Merlin nodded at the same time. If this is the case, it is better to deceive the emissary group first, wait for the location of the country to be found, and then discuss the next step. If we can't find a suitable location at sea, we can find out if it is possible to build a country within the sphere of influence of the Iron and Steel Ridge. It is not necessary to build a country in the Iron and Steel Ridge, but we must understand the attitude and sincerity of the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family. I see. Grandfather, father, when the emissary group arrives, you will communicate with the emissary group on my behalf. Yes. Marquis Merlin nodded directly. Lee William, as List's father, naturally would not refuse. 3 days later, on December 24th, the emissary group of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, accompanied and escorted by the eldest prince, arrived at Black Horse Island. List received the emissary group on the dock. The head of the emissary group spoke in a standard steel voice and bowed gracefully. Dear Royal Highness List Tulip, Kent the Magic Elephant, the head of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom's emissary group, on behalf of the only king of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, His Majesty Osborne Platinum, greets you and congratulates you on becoming a member of the Dragon Knight. At the same time, greetings to His Excellency Achilles Royd's Truth. The birth of the Archmage is a symbol of truth's reappearance in the secular world. List bowed to accept the other party's greeting. Thank you for His Majesty Osborne's greetings. On behalf of me and His Excellency Achilles Royd's, I also extend our sincere greetings to His Majesty Osborne. Your Highness List, please allow me to present His Majesty's gift to you and His Excellency Achilles Royd's. Kent waved his hand, and the members of the emissary group immediately came over with a large pile of gifts. With List's retainer knight, one gift at a time was delivered. They were all very expensive gifts: gems, jade, magic metals, World of Warcraft materials, and some specialties. Every time a gift was traded, a member of the emissary group would shout out the name of the gift. These valuable gifts caused many knights to gasp and marvel at the value of the gifts. List smiled and waited for the delivery of the gifts. This was the moment for the kingdom to declare its majesty and wealth, and he didn't mind the behavior of the emissary group. He just looked at the distinctive clothing style of the emissary group. With the magic elephant as his surname, Kent, the head of the emissary group, must have been born in a noble family that practiced both magic and qi, just like the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's magic goat family, which was destroyed 100 years ago. King Osborne probably heard that an Archmage was born and deliberately chose such a family. From this point, it could be seen that King Osborne was still very sincere. As for King Osborne himself, List didn't know much, but he had heard a little about him from the Sapphire Grand Duke, who said that he was a young, promising, and talented monarch. But he was not yet a Dragon Knight. Chapter 752. This chapter is 100,000 years of salted fish. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom was the strongest of the three kingdoms in the northeast corner of the legendary continent. According to the data provided by the Sapphire Grand Duke, there were 11 dragons, including 7 Dragon Knight. There were also 4 Dragon Knight in the 7 vassal kingdoms. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire's Dragon Knight, which was the Grand Duke himself, was included, but List and the little fire dragon, Leo, were not included. The Eagle Kingdom had 9 dragons, including 6 Dragon Knight. Now, 1 dragon was lost, and 1 Dragon Knight was dead. However, no one knew that the Eagle Kingdom had lost a dragon, and there were still 2 Dragon Knight in the 5 vassal kingdoms. Another kingdom, the Blast Furnace Kingdom, had 8 dragons, including 5 Dragon Knight. The 4 vassal kingdoms only had 1 Dragon Knight. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom was the strongest, but it did not have the strength to crush the other 2 kingdoms. The 3 kingdoms often fought with each other for hundreds of years. The emissary group was warmly received. List himself put on airs and did not communicate much with Kent the Magic Elephant. He let Marquis Merlin and Lee William communicate on his behalf. He asked Prince Anthony, "Are you familiar with the Osborne Kingdom?" Anthony recalled, "When I was young, I lived in the City of Steel for 3 years. I studied at the Royal Knight Academy and interacted with King Osborne, who was still a prince at the time. Osborne was very talented. He became a Sky Knight at the age of 17 and became a Sword Saint at the age of 19. He is now 30 years old. That is to say, he still lacks some qualifications to be a Dragon Knight candidate. For the Platinum royal family, there is no guarantee that there will be a Dragon Knight candidate in every generation. After all the Dragon Knight candidates are rare geniuses. It is very rare for a family to have a Dragon Knight candidate. It is impossible for every generation to have a Dragon Knight candidate." This was true. Riding a dragon would not make one's genes mutate and become a Superman. In the end, it only increased the energy level of the battle energy. However, the family had been nourished by magic potions for a long period of time. Coupled with marriage with an equally outstanding bloodline, the descendants would definitely be more talented than ordinary people. However, the Dragon Knight candidate was a mutated individual that couldn't be speculated with common sense. It is said that the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom has existed for more than 800 years. According to the surname of the royal family, Platinum, doesn't that mean that the Platinum Dragon is about to fly back to the Dragon Valley? That's not it. Anthony explained, "The white golden dragon is about 500 years old." The royal family changed their surname once after riding the white golden dragon. It's not clear why they changed their surname. The royal family basically never mentioned these things. The 500-year-old platinum dragon was 100 years older than the light emerald dragon. Does Osborne have to target the platinum dragon? Aren't there 3 other dragons that we can ride? It's probably because the platinum dragon is stronger. What is his personality like? Strong and intelligent. This is the impression I have of him. I originally thought he was a trustworthy suzerain, but the performance of the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family in the Battle of Dragon Slaying was disappointing. Anthony calmly narrated, "His Majesty Osborne has grown into a qualified king." The Battle of Dragon Slaying was the arrangement of the Eagle Kingdom, but the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom had not sent reinforcements. Even the news that Alonso had left the border had not been sent, which had been regarded as a betrayal by the Sapphire family. Even though they did not dare to fall out with the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, the estrangement was obvious. List had formed a rough impression of Osborne and then asked, "Did the Grand Duke have any intention of letting you bring the emissary delegation here?" Father hopes that Sapphire and His Highness can form a strong offensive and defensive alliance. I probably already understand the Grand Duke's intention. After the banquet, during the lunch break, Liz took the time to play with the gifts sent by the emissary delegation. There were a total of 20 gems of various colors, about a ton of various jades, a lot of adamantine, orichalcum, and mithril. There was also quite a lot of wine, food, and other specialties. Perhaps they knew that List was a Fire Dragon Knight. They also sent a lot of Fire Attribute World of Warcraft materials. Among them, there were 3 phoenix feathers. Extravagant. Feeling the surging fire attribute magic power of the phoenix feather, List could not help but sigh. The kingdom was indeed a kingdom. It was only a gift for their first meeting, but it was such a big deal. As a material produced by a subdragon, the value of the 3 phoenix feathers combined might be comparable to the tortoise shell that Carl Law carried with him. Roar. His chest was hot. Feeling the aura of the phoenix feather, Leo suddenly became anxious. He wanted to eat the phoenix feather. The magic power of the phoenix feather is only high magic. You are so big now. Do you still care about a little high magic? It is better to let me wear it at all times to help my dragon fighting practice. Roar. Leo made a suggestion. He could give one to List and eat the other 2. 2 is too much. It is too wasteful to eat them. I will give you one to taste. I have use for the other 2. List made a decisive decision. If he had descendants, they would most likely have fire fighting practice. Then, the phoenix feather would obviously be the best auxiliary equipment for his descendants' cultivation. Roar! Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I am currently sending people to explore the Burning Mountain. When the time comes, not to mention a few phoenix feathers, we can even roast the whole subdragon and eat it. Hearing this, Leo almost drooled. He nodded and agreed. Roar. Then, List separated a phoenix feather and held it in his left hand. A suction force from his palm instantly swallowed the phoenix feather's magic power. The phoenix feather turned into dust and escaped through the gaps of his fingers. Leo, who was on his chest, let out a satisfied expression and was just short of a comfortable burp. As for the remaining 2 phoenix feathers, List directly put them into his spatial ring. Roar. After enjoying the delicacy of the phoenix feather, Leo could not wait to urge List to go to the Burning Mountain as soon as possible to find the subdragon phoenix. Don't worry, I will find time to go there after the new year. Although List, who had received the gifts, put on the airs of a dragon knight in the process of receiving the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom's emissary group, his words were still quite warm and polite. Of course, he did not care about the vassal state proposed by the emissary group. He directly left it to his grandfather and father to deceive. As such, 2 days passed in a flash. The emissary group, who thought that they had reached a preliminary vassal state with List, was ready to leave and follow the eldest prince back to Blue Dragon Island to celebrate the new year. Before leaving, Kent Magic Elephant made a request to List. Your Highness List, There's a great mage in my family. She is my younger sister, Kinley Truth. Knowing that there is a truth incarnation walking in the secular world, she is very eager to follow in the footsteps of a magic shooter. He flattered Qi a lot, hoping that his sister could become a Qi's disciple and learn magic from her. However, Qi rarely showed up these 2 days. Even when she did, she was very cold, making him unsure. He could only make a request to List. List pondered for a moment. Sure, but she came to my territory to learn magic, so she must obey my rules. Chapter 753. The Guild of Magic had been established to receive mages from all over the world, so one more, Kinley Truth, wasn't much. Regardless of her background, she was a worker in the Flame territory. After sending off the emissaries and the eldest prince's party, there were only 4 days left before the new year. The atmosphere in the territory hadn't changed much. All trades and professions didn't have a holiday and went to work as usual. On the other hand, the castle had been very lively. Marquis Merlin, Madame Penelope, Meopel and his wife, Lavera, and even Lytton was forced to stay by Madame Marie. No matter how much he disliked him, he was still his half-brother. Thus, List arranged for him to go to the Night Academy to train with Sky Knight Fox. In these 4 days, List had successfully created the second move of the Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon's Fighting Secret Manual, Burning the Heavens. The move was very exquisite and could release a huge attack power when practicing with Leo. The specific principle could be summed up as using the rolling of the fire dragon to swing the spear. The first move, Dragon Slash, focused on hacking, like splitting a mountain. The second move, Burning the Heavens, focused on sweeping a large area with the spear. The improvement in strength was something to be happy about, but the light green gemstone dragon was still unconscious, which made him somewhat worried. He had risked losing 1 or 2 enchanting dragon fruit to save the dragon, but it still hadn't woken up. When he rode on the Dragontooth platform, he could feel the spiritual connection, but the light green gemstone dragon didn't respond. He didn't know whether it was because the injury was too severe or if there was a malfunction during the spiritual battle that caused it to be unable to wake up. Fortunately, the aura of the light green gemstone dragon was stable and showed no signs of exhaustion. Snow covered the Dodo Island. Apart from a circle of exposed black rocks at the crater of the volcano, the rest was covered in ice and snow. As soon as Leo arrived at the Dodo Island, he directly drilled into the magma and absorbed the condensed supreme magic. The magma of the crater was of great help to Leo's growth. However, standing at the crater and smelling the pungent smell of sulfur, List looked worried. He found that the magma area at the crater was clearly shrinking, and the temperature was much lower than before. It wasn't because of the winter snow, but because the entire volcano seemed to be in a deep slumber. Achi, how long do you think the volcano on Dodo Island can last? He asked the young magician beside him. There were a few snowflakes on her blue hair, making her look even more lovely. She carefully felt the distribution of magic in the crater and finally shook her head. Brother, there's too little information. Achi can't tell. All right, based on my intuition, in another half a year, the volcano on Dodo Island will be extinguished. I hope my guess is wrong. He really did not wish for the volcano on Dodo Island to be extinguished. Otherwise, at that time, the amount of resources needed to maintain Leo's supreme magical potion refinement would probably be enough to overwhelm him. However, it was hard to say. The fire dragon's magic power was the source of energy. It had been maintaining the production of glass, porcelain, bricks, charcoal, and so on, expanding the scale of the business. It was not impossible to earn enough gold coins for the fire dragon to consume potions. Down from the top of the mountain, Achi took out a broom and helped to sweep the snow on the light green sapphire dragon. List took out a canvas blanket from his spatial ring and covered the light green sapphire dragon scales that Achi had swept clean. He even built a wooden hut at the dragon's head to shelter it from the snow. In fact, with the dragon's strong physique, these efforts were useless. However, List only used this method to let the light green sapphire dragon feel his concern. Riding a dragon did not mean that one would become the dragon's master. There was still a need to continue to improve the emotional bond between the dragon and the human, and finally engrave the first-generation Dragon Knight's spiritual brand, so that it would never be forgotten. Of course, the premise of this eternal memory was not to meet someone with a fate cheat. When all the snow was swept away and the quilt was covered, the sky was already dark. List suddenly thought of something and said to himself, I don't know how far the Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knight Reserve plan will go. If they pretend to have no light green sapphire dragon, it will probably take more than half a year. Every day, there was a lot of news about the mainland kingdoms. The aftermath of the dragon-slaying war was calmer than expected, especially the decline of the Eagle Kingdom, which took the initiative to retreat from the border area. Instead, they reached a balance with the Blast Furnace Kingdom and joined forces to fight against the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. The three countries were like the Three Kingdoms period in China, where Wu and Shu joined forces to fight against Wei. But the Eagle Kingdom should be very anxious. There are more and more Eagle ships harassing the Sapphire Caravan at sea, and the scope of harassment is getting larger and larger. It can still be maintained for the time being. My industry has not yet been spread out. Trade is mainly carried out between Sapphire, so it has not been affected much. Today's situation. Stable development was the most appropriate. List was still quite satisfied. Back at Black Horse Island, good news came. 2 new varieties of thorns were transported back from the outer island. List immediately called out Ella, who had recently been upset because of the arrival of the pea sprite, AI She. Wow, don't be upset. Come on, collect the pheromones. The sooner you evolve, the sooner you can compete with AI She. Otherwise, you have to be quiet and don't disturb AI She. I can't protect you every time when she beats you. List wanted to laugh when he spoke. AI She looked honest, quiet, and had no personality. But after Ella repeatedly made noise several times, AI She suddenly took out a bundle of carefully woven hemp ropes from the castle's warehouse, tied Ella's hands and feet, and then hung it on the walkway of the worm room. Since then, Ella no longer dared to yell at AI She casually. It had to be said, every sprite was not easy to deal with. At that time, when Liz saw Ella tied up, he already understood that this pea sprite was definitely an elegant sprite who was proficient in rope skills. Wow. Ella complained that List did not uphold justice for it. List shook his head. You provoked AI She first, and then you were killed by her. There is no reason to help you. Well, don't complain. Hurry up and collect the pheromones. Wow. Ella reluctantly collected 2 new varieties of thorns. When the collection was over, it went back to its worm room dejectedly, not knowing if it was sulking or not. However, when Liz called out the smoke mission, he suddenly realized that Ella was not sulking. As a sprite who always strives forward, it was not allowed to be negative in its elf life. Mission completed. Reward, a thorn sprite. That's it. List clenched his fist in excitement. Since the smoke mission had given a reward, it meant that Ella's evolution into a sprite was stable, and the probability of failure theoretically did not exist. This thorn sprite, which had been cultivated from a thorn worm, once again showed its courage. Sure enough, it was a unique sprite. But it's not enough. I have to continue to find new varieties of thorns to make Ella's evolutionary path more stable. So, after the giant algae sprite Parker and the pea sprite AI She, I can have a third sprite, the thorn sprite Ella. Liz took a deep breath. Check the new smoke mission. Mission, another year has come. You are about to reach the peak of your life after riding a dragon successfully, but there are still many wonderful things in the world that have not been experienced. Whether it is the sea or the continent, they are waiting for you to explore. Please wait for the end of the year. Reward, unknown reward. Chapter 754. No one could match Achi's speed on the sea. On the day before the New Year's Day, List and Achi first went to Ironhoof Island. After landing, they took Leo and went straight to Ironhoof City to preside over the New Year's Day celebration. After the Sapphire clan took over Iron Shoe City, Advisor Gort, Administrative Officer Blair, and Commander Garcia of the Orders of Chivalry worked hard to maintain the operation of the largest city on Iron Shoe Island. The first thing to do was to check the household register and survey the farmland. Unfortunately, no traces of sprite worms were found. Before the handover, Sapphire family had plundered them cleanly. Moreover, not a single master-level craftsman could be found among the residents of the city. Obviously, they had been transferred by the Sapphire clan long ago. Other than stonemasons, carpenters, blacksmiths, cobblers, and tailors, there weren't many other types of craftsmen. Most of them were craftsmen who worked in workshops. In the end, most of the population was made up of serfs who made a living from farming. In order to ensure that these people would not starve to death, Gort and others had to buy food from the surrounding cities, and then began to arrange for the workers and serfs to work. Work in lieu of relief was an advanced governance plan brought by List. The serfs would not be given food directly, and they would only be given food if they worked. Because the farmland was going to be gradually leased out, Iron Heel City would be dominated by trade. So the serf job was to clean up Iron Heel City. Taking advantage of this winter, he would first clean up the feces and urine, then tear down some of the empty wooden houses and build toilets. Due to the loss of a large number of people, the city, which originally had a population of 150,000, now had space for renovation. Of course, List would not invest a lot of money to renovate the city. He would simply clean up the city, build some toilets, plan the streets, and maintain the appearance of the city. You can't go back to Black Horse Island to meet your families, but I will remember your hard work. Renovating the Iron Hoof City, maintaining the population of 50,000 people is enough. The remaining 50,000 people need to be arranged for their migration. After the work is done, I will give each of you a credit. At the celebration banquet, List raised his glass and drank with his followers, saying some words that a leader used to fool his subordinates. The followers all expressed their determination to work hard, and the atmosphere was joyous. The banquet was over. List rode on Leo and left the Iron Hoof City with a chi. They returned to the sea and rode the shell back to Black Horse Island overnight. The next day, Black Horse Island entered a festive atmosphere. Most of the civilians had already taken a holiday. Even if there were civilians who worked overtime, they were paid 3 times the salary standard. Messiro and his wife arrived at noon, followed by Lee William and his wife, Levis, and Richard. Thorn's Keep was bustling with activity like never before. Before nightfall and the start of the banquet, Chrissy led the mages of the Guild of Magic to the square in front of the Thorn Fort and set off many magical fireworks. This was a research task issued by List and the Guild of Magic, and it was not difficult in itself. That was why there was such a fireworks display. When he spent the New Year's Day in the Long Taro Castle, the court Great Magician Grimandon, Truth released magic fireworks in the Long Taro Castle. This left a deep impression on him. If there were no fireworks, would it still be called a New Year festival? So beautiful, how lively, so happy. Looking at the magical fireworks blooming in the air, everyone's expression flickered with colorful light, constantly changing with the fireworks. It's been 3 years. List muttered silently in his heart. This was the 3rd New Year's Day he had spent in this world. Every festive season, he missed his family, but he had no relatives to miss, so he quickly shook off this trace of melancholy. In any case, he was already a part of this world. I asked someone to send a potted plant from the castle as a New Year's Day gift for you. As long as you treat it well, it will repay you, just like the stone flowers of the Thorn Fort. Madame Penelope came over, took his hand, and chattered. All over Bramble Castle, potted plants of stone flowers were placed as decorations for the castle. After knowing that the stone flower cordyceps were bred from the potted plants she sent, Madame Penelope became more and more convinced that her potted plants were different. Now, she was sometimes reluctant to send potted plants as gifts. She only gave them generously to List and other family members. However, after the stone flower, she had sent out more than 100 potted plants, yet not a single cordyceps had been found. List had received 10 potted plants in total, yet none of them had produced sprite worms. However, he still accepted Madame Penelope's kindness. Rest assured, grandmother. I have specially placed the potted plants you sent on the balcony to take good care of them, so as to prevent them from producing sprite worms one day. That's right. That's how it should be. The noisy New Year's Day subsided in the middle of the night. List returned to his bedroom, drank a cup of milk tea, operated his dragon's battle chi to evaporate the alcohol in his body, and restored his mind's clarity. Next, he opened a night novel and waited for the New Year's Day to come. After a moment, the castle's bell rang. Sapphire calendar year 153 had passed, and 154 had arrived. The smoke mission also quietly changed at this time. Mission completed. Reward: Magic Communication Array Plan. When the smoke slowly outlined the unknown reward serpentines, List's spirit was suddenly roused. It turned out to be a Magic Communication Array Plan. The value of this reward could be said to be not much less than that of a dragon, because once the Magic Communication Array was popularized, the benefits that could be generated would be unimaginably huge. It was similar to the invention of the telegraph or the telephone on Earth, bringing about a subversive change in society. Very good. I appreciate this mission reward. As for the Magic Communication Array Plan, it is either with a chi or with the Wizard Tower. Tomorrow, I will ask carefully to see who invented the Magic Communication Array Plan. List was in a good mood. After taking several deep breaths, he restrained his emotions and began to check the new smoke mission. Mission: A new year will begin with the arrival of the Age of Navigation. It is time for the exploration fleet to set off to explore the sea. Keep in touch at all times. Have Yevich lead the fleet out to sea to find new islands for you to live on. Please find 3 islands outside of Sapphire's sphere of influence. Reward: The agitation of the rubber sprite worm triplets. The rubber sprite worm triplets are agitating again. It seems that after I recently shifted my attention back to the elves, I have continuously issued elf-related missions. It seems that the smoke dragon's power of fate is starting to swindle the elves. List pondered over the contents of the mission. Yevich's exploration fleet can set off, but before that, I have to first create the magic communication array so that I can keep track of the fleet's movements. Every time Yevich finds an island, a chi and I will be able to arrive in time and arrange for people to develop it. Moreover, he and a chi could also replenish the fleet supplies at any time. In fact, a chi was the best candidate to explore the archipelago. However, a chi's energy was devoted to magic experiments. As an high wizard, it seemed a bit wasteful for her to search for islands in the vast sea. After all, there were so many important mysteries waiting for a chi to explore. As his thoughts drifted, List fell asleep. Chapter 755. A chi had not been researching the communication magic circle recently, so List left the chi's lab to ask the Mage Tower if the mages from the Guild of Magic had come up with a solution. But before he could ask, Chris had already arrived at Thorn Castle. Chris, you're here so early today? Usually, Chris would come to Thorn Castle in the afternoon to be a chi's assistant in magic experiments and ask about magic. She now considered herself as a chi's student and was about to become a chi's lackey. Of course, any mage would be happy to become a magic shooter's lackey. Your Highness, there's some progress in the Guild of Magic's experimental project. I'm about to report it to His Excellency List. Facing List, Chris was equally respectful. She was willing to be a magic shooter's lackey, but she was also willing to be a Dragon Knight's lackey. Anyway, in the Fire Territory, magic shooters and Dragon Knight were one family, so there was no need to distinguish who was the lackey. Oh, what's the progress? There's some progress in the communication magic circle proposed by Your Highness. We've successfully drawn a magic circle that can trigger mana retroaction from a distance, but we're still far from the communication stage. Just as he was about to look for it, the solution came knocking on his door. List was overjoyed. Tell me more. Let's go to a cheese lab first. Let's go. Returning to the lab, Chris carefully explained the results of their experiment. Generally speaking, some kind of magic circle could trigger mana retroaction. For example, releasing fire magic into a magic circle would trigger the activation of fire magic, but the activation was irregular. They could not use magic to form serpentines to transmit information. The magic circle here formed a word with runes, but the magic circle on the other side would still be agitated and would not form the same word. The mages from the Guild of Magic could not solve this problem, so they were ready to report it to Ichi. However, List's eyes lit up. Chris, does this magic circle only correspond to the same type of magic? For example, fire magic can only correspond to fire magic, and water magic can only correspond to water magic? Yes, Your Highness. If that's the case, it's very easy to solve. Ah, Your Highness, is there any way to solve this problem? Chris was very surprised. Although she knew that List was very knowledgeable in magic theory, there was a big difference between theory and practice, especially when it came to magic arrays. Ichi also looked at List curiously, but she wasn't surprised. In her heart, List was the most erudite scholar in the world, full of vast wisdom. Most of her knowledge was imparted to her by List, and it was also thanks to List's teachings that she could come into contact with the weave and become a magic shooter. If List were to become a mage, he would become a magic shooter sooner or later. List smiled. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "It's actually very simple. There are 8 types of magic power: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, and darkness. Since each type of magic power can only interact with magic power of the same type, we can create an octal coding program based on the 8 types of magic power." Octal coding program? Let's use fire magic power to represent 0, water magic power to represent 1, and so on. Let's use dark magic power to represent 7. This way, every octal can be converted to 1, and our language can be converted into 8 numeric expressions from 0 to 7 according to this octal code. Can be expressed like this? Ichi and Chris were a little confused. Humans naturally used decimal systems because a pair of hands had 10 fingers and counting to 10 would increase 1 digit. However, there were only 8 types of magic power, so there was no way to use decimal systems and could only be converted to octal systems. Of course, List suggested again. In fact, octal systems are still too cumbersome. After all, the 4 types of magic power are very rare, and many ordinary mages will not practice these attributes. I personally think it's more practical to use binary coding. The two continued to be confused. Binary? Fire magic power represents 0, water magic power represents 1, and binary can be expressed smoothly. For example, 1 in binary is 1 streak of water magic power, 2 is 1 streak of water magic power, and 1 streak of fire magic power. 3 is 2 streaks of water magic power. 4 is 1 streak of water magic power, 2 streaks of fire magic power. After listening to List's tongue-twister-like narration, Chris continued to be confused and confused. But Ichi listened in fascination and quickly understood. So as long as there is a constant combination of 0 and 1, any information can be expressed? Yes. Brother, Ichi seems to have understood that as long as the runes of the magic array are used to control it, the mana retroaction can be quickly transmitted. This way, there is no need to achieve the same magic activity on both sides of the magic array, as long as the order of the feedback attributes is correct. Yes, that's it. I have already told you the specific coding method. Next, Ichi, you will take the lead and make binary coding serpentines. First, make simple, commonly used text coding as long as it can be used. I plan to put it on the expedition fleet. Then let the mages of the Guild of Magic slowly code it. While Ichi led the mages of the Guild of Magic to digest octal and binary coding, List himself was also deep in thought. He had a sudden inspiration. If the magic array could be expressed in binary, and if it was a little more complicated, could it be transformed into a calculator or even evolved into a computer? Perhaps due to the limitations of materials, it could not be popularized into a home magic computer, but it was not impossible to make it into a supercomputer. Is there such a possibility? Maybe not, or maybe there is. But even if a computer could be made, the difficulty would be immense. There were too many theories involved, especially the logic of some hardware, which could not be figured out in a short period of time. Even if mages were smart people, they would still be confused when they were suddenly exposed to a whole new system. If there is time, I can talk to Chi about this idea. The rest depends on whether the mages are willing to study it or not. Anyway, I don't have time to make a computer. Having tasted the thrill of riding a dragon, Liszt had long been immersed in power and could not extricate himself. He no longer cared so much about the Industrial Revolution or the scientific and technological revolution. Living in such a fantasy world and exploring the secrets of the entire world was far more interesting than developing science and technology. The smoke mission during the New Year's Day was a good expression of his wishes. The world is big, and there are still many wonderful things that have not been experienced. Whether it is the sea or the continent, they're all waiting for you to explore. After the New Year's Day, after sending off Marquis Merlin's family, and then Marquis Oxdale's family, even Madame Penelope and Lavera left Thorncastle. They had not returned to their castle for a long time, and there were too many accumulated things waiting to be dealt with. The noisy and lively atmosphere of Thorncastle suddenly became cold and cheerless. However, Liszt did not reveal any all good things must come to an end melancholy, because he had more important things to deal with. Merry Dawn Daybreak had returned from the Eagle Kingdom and brought news of the Fire Mountain Wyvern Phoenix. There was indeed a fire mountain in a wilderness of the Eagle Kingdom, and there were indeed local residents who had heard of the Wyvern Phoenix. They had also seen a great noble lord leading orders of chivalry to the Fire Mountain to capture the Wyvern Phoenix. But in the end, more than half of the orders of chivalry returned without success. Not only did they not find the Phoenix, but they were also almost wiped out by World of Warcraft in the forest. Achi, make a coded communication magic circle as soon as possible. We will test the limit of the communication magic circle and the strength of the long-distance transmission signal on the way. Chapter 756. This chapter is Quetfx. Thank you very much. As more and more mages gathered in the Guild of Magic, an experimental team could recruit many mages to participate, greatly increasing the speed. However, the communication magic array was highly confidential, and only a few trusted mages could participate in the core production. The binary and octal codes were something that only Achi and Chris had mastered. After all, the communication magic array could be used not only for civilian use, but also for military use. Once it was mastered by foreign countries, such as the Eagle Kingdom, the Dragon Knight could support any border war at any time, completely eliminating the need for manual communication. Your Highness, these are the current 4 core machines. Chris reported the progress to Liszt every day. 2 of the core machines were in the shape of a square box. When the lid was opened, there was a complex magic structure inside. It was similar to a 3-dimensional compass, with a total of 8 layers superimposed on top and bottom, each layer inlaid with a different kind of crystal. Using the magic sensitivity of the crystal, the magic attribute was transmitted. This was the octal-core machine. According to the mechanical reaction of the compass, a set of information could be encoded for interaction. However, the code needed to be manually entered, sending a magic fax like sending a telegram. Next to the 2 core machines, there were 2 flatter boxes, which also had a structure similar to the compass, but only 2 layers. This was the binary core machine, and the principle was similar to the octal core machine. It might be easier to operate, but because the octal code was long, the speed of message delivery was slow. Liszt personally operated 1 core machine according to the code and communicated with the other core machine. It was really troublesome, a bit like an old-fashioned rotary dial telephone. After dialing a code, you had to wait for the compass to reset and then dial the next code. Just a simple hello on the binary core machine. Liszt wasted a minute. If it was a sentence, it would take half an hour. I think you still have to work on the convenience aspect. For example, you could design a transmission lever on the compass and then make an external keyboard. Once you touch the keyboard button, you can directly set a code position on the compass. This will definitely greatly improve the efficiency. It had to be said that Liszt, who came from the computer age, had a shining light of civilization in every idea. It made Achi and Chris feel as if the clouds had been dispelled, and they saw a vast new world. Your Highness, I will immediately start improving the core machine, Chris said impatiently. Don't be too anxious. You must keep this a secret. Also, Achi and I are going on a long trip, so we can test the effects of these two core computers. Chris said, in that case, Your Highness, please give the communication magic circle a more secular name. As for the name, let's call it the Remote Wireless Mana-Messenger Desktop, or simply the Wireless Magic Station, Liz said casually. He was imitating a radio station. The full name of a radio station was a radio station, and it used electromagnetic signals. What was used here was magic signals, so it could be called a wireless magic station or a magic station. The name was thus decided. List and Achi were also preparing to set off for the burning mountain of the Eagle Kingdom to search for the Draconic Phoenix and verify the transmission distance of the magic platform. On the sea, the white shell rode the wind and waves, and List was holding the binary core machine of the wireless magic station and constantly fiddling with the compass. At the same time, the compass would constantly rotate and give back information. Achi was fiddling with the octal core machine of the magic station. Brother, the current distance is about 800 kilometers, and the signal transmission is still stable without any signs of weakening. It can be guessed that the distribution of the magic network is very wide, and long-distance communication is not obstructed. How is the response speed on your side? There is no change in the response speed. The signal transmission speed has nothing to do with the distance. Well, it seems that the magic network is really wonderful. List exclaimed. The transmission speed of the magic network might be similar to the transmission speed of electromagnetic waves, slightly less than the speed of light. According to previous guesses, the magic network was a kind of field, and electromagnetic waves were also a kind of field. Although one was on the physical level and the other was on the magic level, the principles were still similar. However, there was one difference. Electromagnetic waves were consumed, and the farther the distance, the more serious the consumption. However, the magic network did not seem to have such a phenomenon of consumption. It was already 800 kilometers away, and the signal quality of the magic network was still stable. But thinking about it carefully, it was normal. According to the legends, during the era of the Moon Empire, the mages who ruled the world could build teleportation arrays to go to the moon. With the help of the magic network, even planet teleportation could be achieved, let alone a few messages. In a flash, they arrived at a coastline in the Eagle Kingdom. There was no one on the shore. Putting away the shell, List summoned the little fire dragon Leo, who carried the two people and two magic stations high up into the clouds. With the cover of the clouds, they began to fly in the direction of the burning mountain. The blood servant had drawn a map, and the general direction could be determined. However, even with the directions of the map, the two of them still flew in the sky and landed on the ground, asking the local people about the geographical location. It took them a full 3 days to arrive at the wild forest where the burning mountain was. The forest was called the Afterglow Field, and it was the fief of a marquis. However, List did not have any intention of interacting with this marquis. After finding the general area of the mark of the blood servant, he quickly contacted the vampire stationed there through his heart. Then, under the guidance of the vampire, they arrived at the burning mountain where the sky dragon and phoenix were said to reside. After sending the vampire away, List and Achi directly searched in the forest. A dragon knight and a magic shooter did not need to worry about the dangers of the forest. In case they encountered an evil dragon, they could just beat it up and ride it. Casting magic eyes, List constantly looked for any signs of mana feedback. It's a pity that I can't bring Loki, otherwise I could ride Loki and run in the forest as much as I want. Without Loki as a mount, and Leo was not suitable for riding in the forest, he could only carry Achi and fly, aimlessly looking for the possible habitat of the sky dragon and phoenix. This search lasted for 5 days. They did not find the sky dragon and phoenix, but they hunted a lot of them in World of Warcraft. Most of them were sprinkled with seasoning and barbecued for Leo to eat. They even encountered 2 high-level World of Warcraft, and then slaughtered and dismembered them. The meat and materials were stored in List's space ring. During this time, they successfully tamed an intermediate world of Warcraft as a mount. It was a split-legged lizard, an intermediate world of Warcraft of the Earth attribute. It looked a bit ugly, but it was suitable for riding, especially since it had a relatively gentle temperament. After List released Dragon's Might, the world of Warcraft immediately, obediently let him drive it. It was not slow, and it was able to move freely in the forest. After returning, I will give the split-legged lizard to the oxtail Marquis. He lacks a mount. List thought the split-legged lizard's back was wider than that of an elephant. It would not be a problem for a large basket to carry a group of people. It was very suitable for the Marquis family to go on a road trip. In addition to World of Warcraft, Achi collected a large number of plant samples in the forest, waiting to go back and cultivate them. List, with the help of magic eyes, also accidentally discovered 2 sprite worms. One was an Nepenthes sprite worm, a plant that could catch insects. Its value was similar to that of the Venus flytrap sprite worm that List previously owned. They were both ornamental plants. The other was a sprite worm whose name was unknown. Its worm stalk was a small red tree with fiery red leaves and fiery red fruits. From a distance, it looked like clusters of torches. The fruits were edible, but they tasted ordinary. Judging from the plant's magic power attribute, it is a worm stalk of the fire attribute. Let's call it the torch tree. List quickly named the plant Achi. Do you think the torch tree is related to the sky dragon and phoenix? There are a lot of torch trees in the vicinity. Although they are not magic ingredients, they look like burning flames. Chapter 757. This chapter is Immortal Dream Traversing. The Burning Mountain was a continuous mountain range. The mountainous area might exceed the area of Coral Island, and it was difficult to see the full picture of the forest. After not finding any traces of the inferior dragon phoenix for 5 days in a row, List could not bear to waste time here. He resolutely decided to ride Leo and use Dragon Eye Trail to carefully search every corner of the forest. Perhaps riding the dragon would expose his traces, but he was confident that no one could stop him. List's mentality was very inflated. He always felt that even if he rode a dragon and flew from the capital of the Eagle Kingdom, no one would dare to stop him. He was so confident and free. After riding the dragon, Dragon Eye Trail was opened, and the forest of the Burning Mountain suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Countless rays of mana retroaction flickered in his field of vision, most of which were World of Warcraft's radiances. The Savage Forest had always been the home of World of Warcraft. Skipping over these World of Warcraft, List mainly looked at 2 kinds of mana retroactions. One was the mana retroaction of plants. Any plant that glowed was undoubtedly a worm stalk or a magic ingredient, but there was bound to be a worm stalk around the magic ingredient. The other was the bright mana retroaction, which meant that it was either Advanced Warcraft or Super Warcraft, or even the inferior dragon phoenix he was looking for. Oh, there's a big tree glowing there. List's eyes lit up. List flapped his wings and rushed to the big tree. The big tree was the chaotic magic radiance. When List arrived, he suddenly discovered that it was a rock tree. Rock and stone trees were relatively common ironwood woods in the legendary continent, but the awkward thing was that trees grew slowly. After some rock and stone tree worm stalks gave birth to sprite worms, the sprite worm only had a lifespan of 10 years, and the time period it could influence was only 10 years. However, rock and stone trees had a growth period of hundreds of years, and the effect of the worm stalks was almost 0. It shouldn't be a stonewood sprite worm, right? He carefully looked around and found a shivering sprite hiding on a tree branch. The sprite was pale yellow and had a small, slender wooden stick on its head. Jumping down from the dragon's back, List didn't even bother with the process of hooking up with the jade powder. He directly stretched out his finger and let the little elf, who was suppressed by the dragon's might and did not dare to move, bite him. The contract was successful in an instant, so Leo also retracted his firebird. The little sprite returned to its normal liveliness and tilted its head to look at List. Bugu, put away the cordyceps and come with me. I'll take you to a place with a lot of jade powder. Liz took out a small bag of jade powder and handed it to the Stonewood sprite. The deliciousness of the jade powder attracted the Stonewood fairy. After chewing on it a few times, she accepted List. It opened its mouth and inhaled, and the 50-meter-tall rock tree rapidly shrank down into a seed that flew into the little rock fairy's mouth. A deep pit was left on the ground. Boo-goo. Very well, let's go. List passed the Stonewood sprite to a chi. He should be happy that he picked up a little sprite for free, but he was actually not very happy. The value of the Stonewood sprite was indeed a little low, mainly because it took a long time for the Stonewood to grow. Little sprites could only live for 100 years, and the density of the Stonewood was very low. Their numbers and production were severely limited, so it was difficult for the sprites to fully utilize their farming ability. Basically, the Stonewood and other ironwood used by humans were cut from the primeval forest and not planted artificially. However, picking up a little sprite was better than not picking it up at all. It was worth it to be able to affect the growth of a few Stonewood trees. List quickly adjusted his emotions. I found a little sprite when I was searching on the dragon just now. I feel like I can ride Leo around the forest every day and make a living by picking up little sprites. Achi giggled. But brother, forest sprites are not that valuable. Only those bred by artificially tamed plants are valuable. Okay, that's true. Elves bred by artificially tamed plants were far more valuable than wild elves. The reason was that artificially tamed plants were mostly high-value crops, such as potions, grains, fruit trees, vegetables, and raw materials. Thus, the added value of the sprite soared. Most of the plants in the forest were untamed plants. Even if there were sprites, they could not make much of an impact. For example, any sprite of wildflowers, even if there was a big sprite, could only grow more wildflowers at most. When the wildflowers could not be converted into money, the sprites naturally lost their value. Unless a mutated potion was found, the value of the sprites would skyrocket instantly. At present, most of the common sprites in the elven market were sold together with potion seeds. So invisibly, the Stonewood sprite became synonymous with low price. Once again, he was one with the dragon. List continued to look for traces of the draconic phoenix. After half a day, when he went around a mountain, a flame suddenly appeared in his field of vision. He suddenly widened his eyes and saw clearly that halfway up a mountain in the distance, there was a big tree that did not stand out. The whole tree was shining like a flame, which was the light of mana retroaction. A fire elemental tree. Cordyceps. Leo fell and quickly approached the flame-like tree. At this time, the Dragon Eye's vision was filled with different scenery. Among the colorful flames of the tree, there were 3 scarlet spots gathered together, which were particularly bright. Could it be elven triplets again? Such a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He had already ridden Leo into the forest. When he was about to brush the canopy, Liz suddenly jumped down and jumped to the position of the 3 bright red spots. When he got closer, he realized that it was not a triplet sprite, but a bird's nest. There were 3 eggs lying quietly in the bird's nest. The eggs were covered with red lines and were as big as an ostrich's egg. Magic eye was still open, and he could see that there was an extremely rich fire elemental magic in the eggs. Judging from the color of the magic, it was not low magic but high magic. In an instant, List understood the identity of the eggs, phoenix eggs. Only the lesser dragon phoenix had such a strong fire elemental high magic. He did not know where the lesser dragon phoenix was, but these 3 eggs and this bird's nest must be a place that the lesser dragon phoenix would not abandon. Guarding this place, the lesser dragon phoenix would also become List's. He snapped his fingers. Leo flew over again with a chi on his back. A chi jumped to the ground, and Leo turned into a flame and rushed into List's chest. A chi, the lesser dragon phoenix's nest and eggs have been found. We will wait here for the lesser dragon phoenix to come. Yeah, roar. Leo, in his magic form, let out an eager cry. He wanted to eat the phoenix eggs and said that this was what Liz said in advance. Don't be impatient. Phoenix eggs are used for fishing. Fishing, do you understand? We want to catch the lesser dragon phoenix. Roar. Leo, calm down. Chapter 758. The phoenix egg attracted most of List's attention, but the tree where the phoenix nest was still worthy of List's careful observation. This is a worm stalk. He could easily tell. However, the sprite of the worm stalk was nowhere to be found. List circled around the tree and did not find any sprite with the same attribute as the worm stalk. Where did this sprite go? It shouldn't have been eaten, and the worm stalk did not lose its magic. This phoenix nest should have existed for a long time. Could it be that the sprite was scared away by the flood dragon phoenix and did not dare to return? This was still a possibility. Thus, he did not go far. After circling around, he returned to the fireworm stalk tree and lay dormant. Achi, have you found out what species this tree is? There are no records of similar species in the books, brother. Achi plucked a few leaves and shook her head. List also plucked a few leaves to study. The leaves were five-pointed stars, and the outline was a bit like maple leaves, but the edges were very round, completely different from maple trees. The entire tree was about 30 meters tall. The trunk was straight, the branches were also relatively round, and the bark was very smooth. The shape was very unique. This was the first time that List had seen a tree with this style. If it's not a maple tree, could it be a parasol tree? No, parasol trees don't look like this. The phoenix, or the phoenix, was related to the legend of World of Warcraft, which liked to rest on parasol trees. When it died, it would turn into ashes and resurrect. Unfortunately, the legend was just a legend. The 3 eggs were very good proof that even the super dragon-type World of Warcraft was still just World of Warcraft. Even the fire dragon had to spend a lot of effort and could only be resurrected with List's help. How could a flood dragon casually resurrect and not die? Moreover, from the Steel Ridge Kingdom's emissary group, it could be concluded that this flood dragon was not rare. There were some in the Eagle Kingdom, and there were definitely some in the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Not knowing the details, he let Achi continue to study the tree while he observed the surroundings, waiting for the flood dragon phoenix to come and devising tactics. The Dragon Knight was very powerful, but he could not guarantee the flood dragon phoenix's speed. If it was too fast, it would be very difficult to catch. They waited until the sky turned dark. List was not anxious at all. The birds would eventually return to their nests to hatch their eggs. That was indeed the case. When night fell, apart from a few sounds of unknown animals, the forest on Fire Mountain gradually quietened down. At this moment, List's magic eyes suddenly discovered a fiery red mana moving quickly in the distance. The magic power formed the shape of a large bird. Achi, be careful, the phoenix is back. List unsheathed the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword and quickly entered battle mode, concealing his aura. Achi immediately hid herself, ready to communicate with the weave and cast magic. Brother, Achi's water ring rend is ready. Listen to my password. The strategy was simple. Achi would release the water ring tear spell to contain the phoenix, while List would go up and break the phoenix's 2 wings. Then, all that was left was to avoid the phoenix's magic and capture it. If its resistance was too strong, they would summon Leo to suppress it. In short, it was just a big bird in World of Warcraft. There was no need for too much elaborate planning. The phoenix quickly flew back, but when it was about to approach the tree, it suddenly turned around and circled around the tree in List's field of vision, letting out a loud, sonorous cry. It kept circling, but did not land in the direction of the bird's nest. Obviously, it had discovered the intruder. I still exposed my aura and was discovered by the phoenix. List felt it was a pity, but he did not slow down. He shouted, Achi, do it! Boom! The magic was instantly cast, and a huge water ring appeared out of thin air, entangling the circling phoenix. Screech! The phoenix screamed and struggled. List quickly pounced and rushed into the air like lightning. The magic eye's vision was locked on the phoenix's position, and he swung the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword at the phoenix's struggling wings. Bang! The phoenix's wings were broken by List's explosive attack. Its body tilted, and it could no longer maintain its balance, falling down. With a boom, it hit the ground. After it landed, it opened its mouth and released magic. A violent circle of fire magic spread, instantly shattering the water ring. But after breaking free, it did not get a chance to breathe. List's attack had already smashed down like a storm. The elephant-like phoenix was directly stepped on by List, and then the Ice Soul Dragon's slaying sword aimed at the other intact wing and smashed it, successfully breaking the bone. In just a face-to-face confrontation, the phoenix's wings were broken. It let out a tragic cry, and then its body rippled with a new circle of fire magic, similar to the advanced fire magic resistance ring of fire, but obviously more powerful. List stirred up his dragon's fighting spirit, and also met the attack with his fire-fighting spirit, counteracting the impact of the magic. Achi's second magic came in time, and once again bound the phoenix. Taking advantage of this gap, List quickly took out the orichalcum shackles. First, one of the phoenix's feet was shackled, then the other. He pulled the bolt spring of the shackles, and the orichalcum shackles quickly closed, tightly locking the phoenix's slender feet. The other shackle was successfully locked on the phoenix's neck, and the other end was locked on the phoenix's mouth. After the shackles were closed, the phoenix could not even release magic. It stirred up all the magic in its body, but it could only turn into burning flames. Its magic was also of a high magic level, but what List was least afraid of was fire-fighting spirit. Bearing the flames, he forcibly tied the two sets of shackles together. At this point, the phoenix was completely bound and could not move. Although it took some effort, it did not take much time, and the strength of the phoenix was not too strong. It was slightly more difficult than capturing Marquis Wild Tao, mainly relying on the advantage of its body. To be precise, its fighting strength was about the level of a domain knight. It's quite easy. Leo, stop shouting. You can eat phoenix meat sooner or later. List clapped his hands, and at the same time comforted Leo, who always wanted to come out and eat meat. How could he let Leo eat it before he studied the drakes and phoenixes? But at this moment, Leo suddenly reminded him that a new phoenix was approaching at high speed, and List almost instinctively jumped on the spot. And just as he jumped away, an even larger phoenix flapped its wings and swooped down, leaving scorch marks on the place where he had just been standing. There's actually another one. Good timing, one barbecued, one boiled. List already knew the power of the phoenix, so he did not panic at all. After signaling Qi to release magic to restrain it, he flashed and moved several times to attack, breaking the phoenix's wings and throwing it to the ground. Then he took out more shackles and did the same to the new phoenix. After the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom's emissary group arrived and learned that there was orichalcum among the gifts, he immediately asked the Iron Knight Alvin Eaglesword to make several sets of orichalcum shackles. They were left to capture the phoenix. Orichalcum was an indestructible magic metal, widely used to make locks. It could be used to lock a knight, but it was more commonly used to lock World of Warcraft. After locking World of Warcraft, it was difficult to open it without external force. Roar! Seeing that the battle was over, Leo could not wait to come out and eat meat again in his heart. Wait a little longer. We haven't barbecued yet. I don't want to see you continue to eat raw meat. If you want to eat cooked food, understand? Roar! Chapter 759. The two phoenixes, which were as big as elephants, were both tied to the ground. List had time to carefully look at the phoenixes, which were known as subdragons. The subdragon was a super dragon species in World of Warcraft. In theory, it was a powerful creature second only to dragons. However, List felt that they did have some strength, but to say that they were second only to dragons, he was afraid that he underestimated the gap between World of Warcraft and dragons. The gap was so big that it was like the gap between an ordinary knight and a dragon knight, or a natural moat. No wonder there were great, noble lords who were not dragon knight, but also wanted to enter the mountain to catch the phoenixes. It seemed that these great nobles understood the subdragon species in World of Warcraft. They knew that the subdragon's strength was limited and belonged to the catchable sequence. However, the subdragon could be called a creature second only to dragons, which was somewhat magical. Their magic belonged to the high magic level, which was very rare. After all, even a magic shooter like a chi only belonged to the high magic level. Only the magic of dragons belonged to the supreme magic level. The outline of the body is similar to a pheasant. The feathers are red and yellow, and the body's most magical place is the 7 feathers behind the tail. Each tail feather is about 3.5 meters long, and the color is close to fiery red, darker than the feathers on the body. He was introducing, and a chi was recording. Unfortunately, there was no camera, otherwise it would be more accurate to take pictures and record directly. Now he could only record these magical creatures through the method of words and drawings. There is no legendary phoenix crown on the head, only a tuft of raised feathers, not too magical. The eyes are very bright. The magic is also abundant. The beak is sharp, curved. In general, this is a luxurious, enhanced version of a pheasant. Now I will pull out a tail feather to observe. He grabbed a tail feather of the phoenix and pulled it out of the phoenix's but with both hands. However, the strange thing was that when the tail feather was separated from the body of the phoenix, it shrank rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it shrank into a fiery red, gem-like feather of 20 centimeters long. The phoenix feathers sent by Marquis Merlin and the emissary group are all like this. He handed the feather directly to a chi and took out 2 more from his spatial ring. Take a look, isn't it very strange? I have 2 exactly the same phoenix feather in my spatial ring. It's really amazing. A chi can feel the strength of the phoenix's magic condensed between the feathers. Let's try again. As Liz spoke, he plucked another phoenix's tail feather and carefully observed it with magic eyes, looking for the most detailed changes. It was a strange change, a series of changes on the microscopic level caused by the fire element magic. But the vision of magic eyes was not detailed enough. List directly handed the phoenix feather to a chi. Hold it first. Once I enter Dragon Rider mode and activate Dragon Eye Track, you can pull out a new phoenix feather and let me carefully observe it. Yes, there was a call. Leo made his grand entrance. The moment the fire dragon's burning flames appeared, it instantly suppressed the phoenix flames that were still burning the ground. The phoenix flames shrank back into its body, not even daring to emit smoke. Roar! As soon as Leo landed, he wanted to eat the phoenix. However, Liz got on top of her and stopped her in time. Don't be impatient. This pair of phoenixes was obviously a male and a female. Perhaps if they were captured and tamed, they could breed a large number of new phoenixes in the future. It would be too much of a waste to eat them. Besides, he didn't want Leo to be controlled by his desires. Only List could control him. Dragon Eye Track was used. A chi quickly controlled the water and pulled out a phoenix tail feather. The instantaneous changes were all reflected in the vision of Dragon Eye Track. The tiniest magic particles were all exposed in the field of vision. The reorganization and changes between the particles had an inexplicable pattern. List was deeply immersed in it, but he couldn't grasp that trace of inspiration. A chi, pull another one. A moment later, pull another one. Pull another one. Pull another one. Keep pulling. Don't stop. Pull another one. A chi helplessly spread her hands. Brother, the tail feathers of the 2 phoenixes have been stripped. There are no tail feathers to pull. List was not done yet. Pull the feathers from the wings again. Let me see if there are the same changes in nature as the tail feathers. The phoenix with a large bald but looked resentfully at the 2 people and the dragon, unable to resist the humiliation of having its feathers plucked. However, after the wing feathers were pulled out, there was no change in nature, and they were still 1-meter-long feathers. Not only did the wing feathers not change, but the feathers on the back, head, belly, and other parts also did not change. Only the 7 tail feathers had a different change in nature. Looking at the miserable appearance of the phoenix with many feathers pulled out, and then looking at the 16 phoenix feathers in a chi's hands, List shook his head. Just a little more inspiration, and I can capture the change in the nature of the phoenix feathers. Forget it, I'll record the information first and then study it slowly. Roar. Leo roared impatiently. He wanted to eat phoenix meat. Huh? Liz continued to stare at the phoenix, and he found that the phoenix's aura began to slowly decline. This was not because of injury, but because the tail feathers were pulled out, leading to the decline of their vitality. In the next 10 minutes, no matter how List and Achi treated the two phoenixes, their auras still declined little by little, and they finally died. Only 2 phoenix corpses were left, still full of magic. Although it was a pity that he could not tame the phoenix and embark on the path of sustainable development, Liz still carefully cleaned up the phoenix corpses. According to the intensity of the magic, the phoenix's eyes, beak, claws, and feathers were all removed in turn. The rest of the meat was intended to be put into the space ring, but it was suddenly bitten by Leo. Then he flew to the side and gorged on it. List was furious. Presumptuous. Achi dissuaded. Brother, let Leo eat some meat. He is still in the development stage. If he didn't stop me, I would have beaten him up today. List complained and quickly put the other phoenix corpse into the space ring to prevent it from being taken away by Leo again. The phoenix specimen will be studied when we get back. What about the 3 phoenix eggs on the tree? The phoenix was dead, and the phoenix eggs had no female phoenix to incubate. If they wanted to continue incubating, they would probably have to carry out artificial intervention. The bird egg hatching technology of Black Horse Island was not bad. Flamingo eggs and green-headed duck eggs could be hatched artificially. However, the hatching of bird eggs required strict standards, and the bird eggs in the territory were only mastered after many attempts. Forget it, I'll put it away first, and then I'll find a way to hatch it artificially when I get back. List simply removed the bird nest from the tree and put it into the space ring. Before the bird egg hatches, it can be put into the gem space without destroying the activity of the bird egg. The reason is either that the unhatched bird egg has not yet developed a soul, or the bird egg can resist the soul destruction of the gem space. In short, the space ring is harmless to the bird egg. As soon as the bird nest was put in, Leo, who was not far away, suddenly let out a low roar. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction in the darkness. List felt it and used his magic eyes to look in the direction Leo was staring at. Chapter 760. A Great Elf. The elf born from the cordyceps tree full of fire magic, the elf that had been scared away by the phoenix, had returned, and it was a great elf. Instantly, there was the excitement of double happiness. Leo, be quiet. Afraid of scaring the great elf, List could not help but whisper. Hearing this, Leo lowered his head and continued to eat his phoenix meat. And the great elf hid behind a tree trunk not far away, looking in Leo's direction. As List slowly approached, it retreated for a distance, maintaining at least 30 meters away from List. It tried to hide its figure, but the bright magic was as dazzling as a light bulb. I have jade powder. List grabbed a handful of jade powder and threw into the air. The fragrance of the jade powder immediately made the great elf's body tremble, and it involuntarily flew over, wanting to eat some jade powder. The more it ate, the happier it became. After picking up the scattered jade powder and eating it, the great elf looked at List's palm, which had a large amount of fragrant jade powder emitting the aura of magic. Gulp. The great elf seemed to swallow its saliva as it inched closer to List, flapping its wings. Soon, it was 3 meters away from List. A pair of large eyes curiously sized up List, but it did not go any closer. It restrained its desire, remaining vigilant against List. Eat. Screech, cluck, screech, cluck, cluck, cluck. The great elf spat out a string of words, its tones similar to the phoenix's cry, but it was unknown if it had learned it from the phoenix. List could not understand, but that did not stop him from continuing. Come, eat. Delicious jade powder cannot be missed. Screech. In the end, the great elf could not resist its desire for the jade powder. It rushed to List's hand, grabbed a small handful of jade powder, and ran away. After eating happily, it ran back again. After going back and forth 3 times, it saw List take out another handful of jade powder and finally did not run away. Just like that, it sat on List's arm and ate. And so, List smeared some jade powder on his finger and sent it to its mouth. The great sprite was a beautiful, translucent, pale white. There was a round, star-shaped leaf on its head. It was very cute. It was puzzled at first, but it still took a bite of List's finger. The teeth of elves were especially good. After all, they were creatures that liked to eat jade powder. In addition, List used his chi to inflate the skin of his fingers, making it look as if it could be broken with a single blow. As soon as the great sprite moved its mouth, it immediately bit through List's skin. In an instant, he felt the connection between their souls, and a special sense of intimacy was transmitted. The great elf was confused, not knowing what was going on. List quickly sent a comforting message to it. "Don't be afraid, little guy. We're family now. I have a lot of jade powder at home. You can eat as much as you want." Through the telepathic connection of the contract, the big elf understood. She nodded obediently and pointed at Leo, who was eating meat. Screech. It was actually expressing that it liked Leo. Is that so? List was very happy about his 4th great elf. Through the changes in his memories, he knew that this great elf was about 100 years old. It wasn't young, but it was calm and natural. It didn't have the violent temper of wild elves. "Then, do you want to touch it?" "Yes." "Then go ahead. Don't be afraid. Leo won't hurt you." Under List's encouragement, the great elf hesitated for a long time. Finally, it gathered its courage and flew to one of Leo's scales. Then, it reached out its little hand and carefully touched Leo. Then, it quickly flew back to List's side and grinned. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Leo glared at List with dissatisfaction. If List hadn't communicated with it through the Dragon Heart Code and told it not to move, it would have definitely eaten this little guy. Achi curiously looked at the great elf, who was still making strange noises to express its laughter. "Brother, since the great elf likes dragons, does it mean that it actually wants to complete its own evolution through contact with dragons?" It was rumored that the great elf's evolution required the help of dragons in order to become a great elf. Of course, this was only a rumor. There was no definite proof. I don't know. List didn't know much about this, but it didn't prevent him from speculating. Since this great elf likes dragons, and both have the fire attribute, perhaps it really is fate. Later, I will ask the Sapphire Grand Duke how the Sapphire family's great elf evolved. The Sapphire family had an oat dragon sprite, so it definitely knew how a great elf evolved into a great elf. 1 great elf, 1 lesser elf, and 2 sprite worms. 2 phoenix corpses, 14 phoenix feathers, and 3 phoenix eggs. List was very satisfied with the harvest from this trip to Burning Mountain. He decided that in the future, he would continue to inquire about the information of the inferior dragon and then go on an adventure. With the Magic Eye's secret skill, coupled with the upgraded version of Dragon Eye's Orbit After Man and Dragon Unite, no treasure could escape his search. This was undoubtedly a super powerful skill for treasure hunting. With this skill, he felt that he didn't need to establish a country to develop. Just by exploring, he could raise a dragon. Perhaps the dragons living in the wild relied on World of Warcraft, elves, and the like to live comfortably in the savage forest. Since this worm stock tree was chosen by the phoenix to build its nest, but it is not a parasol tree, let's just call it Phoenix Perching Parasol Tree. After a discussion with a chi, List determined the species of the worm stock tree, Phoenix Perching Parasol Tree. The great elf was the Phoenix Perching Parasol Tree. Sigh. The great elf touched the leaf on its head and didn't express its opinion. List continued. As for the Phoenix Perching Parasol Tree, its name is Xianxia. Xianxia was the name of the Ice Phoenix in League of Legends. The Phoenix Perching Parasol Tree, Great Elf, had an indissoluble bond with the Phoenix, so List was far-fetched and gave it the name Xianxia. The previous P Great Elf was called AI She, and this Phoenix Perching Parasol Tree Great Elf was called Xianxia. It sounded like they were brothers or sisters. Inia, Achi shouted. The great elf immediately turned to look at Achi. It didn't get close or avoid her, but simply said, "Hey." It still couldn't speak, and in addition to its previous contact with the phoenix, it had learned a lot of bird language, such as chirp and cluck, so it needed to be slowly corrected. List looked at Leo, who had finished eating the phoenix meat. "Come back." Leo immediately turned into a flame and rushed into his body. He motioned for Inia to put away the worm's stalk, and then began to set up camp. After the tent was set up, Liz took out the crystal lamp and discussed the changes of the phoenix feather with Chi in depth. He always felt that the changes in the nature of the phoenix feather contained some kind of secret. Chapter 761. They discussed the changes to the phoenix feather until midnight, but there was still no hint of inspiration. Liz could only temporarily give up and put his hopes on the 3 phoenix eggs. Perhaps after the phoenix eggs hatched and he obtained a new phoenix, tamed it from a young age, and studied its tail feathers one by one, he would be able to find the clue of inspiration. Legend has it that the phoenix will be reborn from the ashes of fire, but the strength of this World of Warcraft doesn't match the legend, so I think it's necessary to reclassify the Sky Dragon. Add a beast behind the word Sky Dragon and call it Sky Dragon, or just call it Super Dragon and remove the name Sky Dragon. Liz said seriously that she wasn't interested in this kind of thing, so she didn't have any objections. However, Liz proposed to compile official books like Yongle Grand Canon and Siku Quan Shu, but it was left to Chi to edit. Among the 4 libraries of battle, magic, wisdom, and storytelling, he would definitely need books like the Magical Beasts Encyclopedia. The division of World of Warcraft's levels must be made clear from now on. Chi, I think the previous division of Dragon and World of Warcraft isn't a good way to do it. The main reason is that Dragon doesn't seem to be much different from World of Warcraft. I think Dragon should be included in World of Warcraft and be on the same level as World of Warcraft and Sea Monsters. I support Big Brother's division. When writing the World of Warcraft Encyclopedia, I will write it according to Big Brother's division. According to List's World of Warcraft's division, Dragon was a separate division. It didn't have anything to do with World of Warcraft, but was a separate division like Elves. World of Warcraft was a general term, and it had 3 branches. World of Warcraft was the main representative of World of Warcraft. It could be directly referred to as World of Warcraft, including Super Warcraft, High-Level World of Warcraft, Middle-Level World of Warcraft, and Low-Level World of Warcraft. Below that were the land animals. Sea monsters were the representative of the sea in World of Warcraft, including Super Sea Monsters, High-Level Sea Monsters, Middle-Level Sea Monsters, Low-Level Sea Monsters, and Normal Sea Monsters. Draconic beasts were the representatives of the dragon bloodline in World of Warcraft. They included Super Draconic beasts, High-Level Draconic beasts, Medium-Level Draconic beasts, Low-Level Draconic beasts, and an extension of the dragon species. Also, when I'm writing the World of Warcraft Encyclopedia, I'll remove the name Phoenix. With the power of these 2 birds, it's not appropriate to call them Phoenix, so I'll just call them Flame Dragon birds. In the future, all dragon beasts will have the word dragon in their names. Then what about Loki's Chocobo and Rose's Rainbow Dragon Whale? Achi asked. That's not necessarily the case. Only super dragons have their own naming rules. No matter what, the nature of the phoenix feather still has a unique charm. I'm thinking that the tortoise shell from before should also be the product of this nature change. It should be the carapace of a turtle-type super dragon after it died. At first, List felt it was strange. The tortoise shell was so small. How could there be such a big dragon? Now that he experienced the nature change of the phoenix feather, everything made sense. The tail feathers of the flame dragon bird and the unknown thunder tortoiseshell were the most special parts of the super dragon's body. After discussing the flame dragon bird, the 2 continued to discuss the phoenix parasol tree and the great elf infant. There were no other phoenix parasol trees around this fire elemental cordyceps tree, which was very strange. The strangest thing was that infant didn't know how to spread seeds, which was almost a standard elven magic. Now that the phoenix parasol tree didn't bear fruit, and there were no other trees of the same species to study, it was hard to determine its value. However, one thing was clear. When he returned to his territory and planted the phoenix parasol tree, he should place the flame dragonbird's nest on the tree branch again. List even had a guess as to where to place the phoenix parasol tree, the most suitable place to plant it on the volcano of Dodo Island. The next day dawned. List was ready to return, but when he went to look for the slit-legged lizard he had tied to a mountain, he found that the lizard had already escaped. After searching for a while and not finding it, List awkwardly said to himself, "The mount that I gave to the Oxdale Marquis will have to be delayed again." He didn't have time to waste in the forest looking for a mount that could be tamed, so he had to ride Leo and fly into the blue sky and white clouds with regret. Ainfant, the phoenix parasol tree great elf, who was riding a dragon for the first time, was very excited. He sat in List's arms and constantly reached out to touch Leo's scales. List found it interesting. He turned the dragon's eyes and carefully observed Ainfant. He didn't find any physical or chemical reactions between the dragon's magic and Ainfant's magic, and there was no communication between them. So it was difficult to judge whether Ainfant's behavior was evolving into a dragon elf. He asked Ainfant why he wanted to touch Leo. He simply liked dragons, or rather, he liked fire dragons of the same magic attribute. "Leo," he whispered, shouting the serpentines he had just learned. Ainfant likes. He crossed the continent and then crossed the sea. Finally, he returned to Black Horse Island 2 days later. The trip started on January 8th, 154 of the Sapphire calendar, and returned on January 18th, taking a total of 10 days. In 10 days, there was no change in the territory. List was most concerned about the thorn elf, Ella, who passed messages through the magic platform every day. There was no change either. Before he left, he was still in a daze. His evolution continued, and he didn't know when he would grow up successfully. However, after the territory's third great elf, Ainfant, moved into the worm room, Ella, who was in a daze, finally became irritable again. His spirit was constantly excited, and the long-lost cry of woo-woo sounded again in the aisle. Hearing this sound, the great P-elf, Ike, would fly in the aisle and look at the door of Ella's worm room thoughtfully. But Ella learned to be good, only shouting in his room and never going out. He couldn't appreciate Ike's rope art. Woo-woo. Standing in front of the glass door, Ella stared at Ike, who was in deep thought. She was waiting for the power in her body to surge up. Just after List brought back the third great elf, Ella finally felt some kind of power pouring out of her body. She squeezed her small fist and could feel that the small fist seemed to be expanding. Woo-woo. Ike narrowed her eyes and felt that Ella, who was hiding in the room, was very boring. She simply went back to her room, grabbed a few hemp ropes, and constantly wove them into various shapes. Occasionally, she would show a knowing smile. She didn't know what she was fantasizing about, or she had other ideas. After laughing for a while, she got up again, flew out of the door, and swayed at the door of the next worm room. She didn't see any elves in the flushing room, and she seemed a little lost. A new great elf, who seemed to be called Ainfant, lived in this room. Chapter 762. On the Dodo Island. The light green stone dragon was still asleep. Leo dove into the magma at the mouth of the volcano. 10 days of volcano supreme demon condensation was enough for him to enjoy a supreme demon feast. List asked Ainfant, who was sitting on his shoulder, "What do you think of the environment here? Should we plant the cordyceps here?" Ainfant sniffed and shook its head. What it meant was that it liked the fire elemental magic power at the crater, and Leo also cultivated here, but there was no water in the soil near the crater. Then where do you think is suitable on the Dodo Island? After picking and choosing, Ainfant finally chose a spot halfway up the mountain and planted its cordyceps. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter-tall tree grew vigorously, standing out among the skulls. List also took out the bird nest and put it on the original branch. He also took out a flaming dragon egg and put it inside. Achoo! Let's go back and forth to the Dodo Island in the next few days and try to figure out how to hatch the flaming dragon egg. Is it better to hatch it naturally or artificially? Achi nodded. At this moment, Ainfint suddenly exclaimed, Ainfint! Hey! Huh? List received emotional fluctuations from Ainfint. It was expressing something to List. Are you saying that you've seen a flaming dragon egg hatch and spit fire to roast it? Hey! Ainfint flapped its wings and circled the bird nest, expressing to List that it was now a flaming dragon. It slowly landed on a branch next to the bird nest, aimed at the nest, and puffed its cheeks, imitating the flaming dragon egg hatching. It also changed its position to show that the two flaming dragons were taking turns to spit fire. List found Ainfint's vivid description of the hatching of the blazing dragon bird to be particularly interesting. The blazing dragon bird hatches its eggs using flames. Achi, do you think we should give it a try? Achi pointed at the bird's nest and said, Brother, look, the branches of the bird's nest look a bit like the branches of the phoenix tree. Maybe we can check if spitting fire will destroy the bird's nest. If it doesn't, it's very likely that what Ainfint described is the process of the egg hatching. That makes sense. List immediately tried it out. He didn't know how to spit fire, but his fire attribute Dragon Battle Chi could transform into flames. He immediately aimed at the bird's nest and burned it. Just as he had guessed, the branches in the bird's nest would not burn, or rather, the phoenix parasol tree was not afraid of fire. The next step was simple. Let's put the egg back in and start to burn it. At the same time, he cast magic eyes and carefully observed the burning process. He discovered that the egg would absorb fire tribute mana during the burning process, and then the mana inside the egg would slowly flow as if it was growing. After burning for half an hour, the bird egg finally stopped absorbing magic power. List wanted to continue burning, but Ainfint flew over and shook his head at him. Hey, he was telling List that he had cooked enough. In other words, half an hour a day should be enough? Ainfint couldn't answer. He just instinctively stopped List from continuing to burn. He didn't know why. Even so, he had already provided a lot of help to the hatching of the fire dragon bird. List took out a piece of jade to reward him. Ainfint immediately hugged the jade and chewed on it happily. The method to hatch the fire dragon bird has been found. In that case, there is no need to incubate it in the nest. I can hold it and burn it at any time, he said, preparing to take out the egg. However, Ainfint cried again, Hey, you can't take it out? Hey! Ainfint made some random gestures, roughly meaning what was the relationship between the phoenix parasol tree and the egg, and that it was best to put the egg in the bird's nest. It seemed that the egg would also help him. Unfortunately, Ainfint's expression logic was a bit messy, and List couldn't figure it out. After asking a few times, Ainfint was so anxious that he didn't know how to explain. Achi suddenly said, Brother, Achi feels that there is a complementary connection between Ainfint's worm stalk and the fire dragon bird egg. The aura between the two can form a blurry mini magic net, forming a stable and active field to promote each other's growth. Is that so? List was surprised that elves could actually have a connection with super dragons. Since Achi had already sensed that Ainfint desired the egg, he was relieved. He put all 3 eggs into the bird's nest and instructed Ainfint, Then I'll leave the fire dragon eggs in your care. You must take good care of them. I will roast them every day. Hey, it's the same for Achi. Hey, Ainfint agreed immediately, feeling that life was full of happiness. There was delicious jade powder to eat, there were eggs to promote growth, and there was a fire dragon to touch. His life now was truly wonderful. Its emotions undoubtedly infected List. He thought of something and directly brought Ainfint to where the light green gem dragon was sleeping. He pointed at the light green gem dragon and said, If you like to touch dragons, there's another one here. Ainfint looked curiously at the light green gem dragon, carefully stepped forward and touched its scales, but soon turned back. Ainfint likes Leo. This sentence meant that it did not like the light green gem dragon. If you don't like it, then forget it. List nodded and roughly understood that there were similarities between elves and dragons. Different elves like different dragons. No wonder Ike, Ella, and other elves who had seen Leo did not show any affection towards him. It was not compatible. When Leo came out of the crater, List left the Dodo Island, but he did not take Infant with him. The elves could not be too far away from their wormstalks for a long time. The Dodo Island was more than 800 kilometers away from Black Horse Island. This distance had exceeded the elves' limit, so he let Infant stay on the Dodo Island and take care of the 3 fire dragon eggs. There were no large animals here, so Infant's safety could be guaranteed. Moreover, there was a sleeping dragon that was constantly emitting dragon power. The small animals on the island were probably exterminated by the dragon power. Back to Black Horse Island. Chris Truth immediately came to Thorn Castle to show List the improved binary magic platform core machine. The new core machine no longer used a dialing form, but a trigger mechanism. There were 2 more straight grips outside the box. 3 mages were required to cooperate. 1 read the binary code, 1 operated fire magic, and 1 operated water magic. Then the grips were pulled according to the coding sequence. The runes of the internal compass were triggered through the linkage device, thus activating the magic platform to transmit information. These 3 mages were the messengers. One of the messengers who read the code also worked as an operator, accepting messages from another magic platform, recording the magic reaction on the compass one by one, and translating it into text. In fact, this set of operations could be completed by the same mage. The left hand of the water element, the right hand of the fire element, and the input of the code. Of course, no matter how skilled they were, it was still difficult to transmit information quickly due to the simple function of the magic platform itself, which was inefficient. They could only look forward to continuous improvement in the future and strive to achieve the effect of the Earth's radio station. In the future, they would do research to achieve the effect of a video phone, synchronizing the transmission of images and sounds. Even further, they could break through the limitations of matter and achieve the effect of a transmission array. Chapter 763. This chapter is titled Book Friend 20181002150421764. Thank you for updating it. The 3 fast court sailing ships were the Exploration, Discovery, and Opportunity. All the experimental materials of the Guild of Magic were used to construct 3 binary core magic platforms, and a spare magic platform was placed on the flagship, the Exploration. The sailing ceremony was grand and solemn. The heavy snow was still swirling, and the night was covered in snow. List personally handed the 3 flags embroidered with a dragon-shaped flame pattern to the captains of the 3 exploration ships. The leader of the exploration team and the captain of the exploration, Yevich Peanut, and the other 2 Earth Knight captains trained by the territory. Well, the dragon-shaped flame flag was raised high. The 3 exploration ships slowly sailed toward the sea. This meant that the first step to establishing a country had been taken. All that was left was to find a suitable archipelago, move there, and develop. It was not until the 3 ships disappeared into the dark clouds that List turned back. The construction of the territory continued as usual. The serfs of Iron Hoof City were transported in batches and quickly participated in the construction and development of the territory. All the serfs were full of smiles, not because they found the living conditions of the territory good, but because they had become serfs of the Dragon Knight. How could the serfs of the future king be treated the same as ordinary serfs? Although they still needed to farm, the benefits were definitely better than ordinary serfs. Your Highness, the negotiating team has confirmed with the trade representatives of the 3 marquises that half of the profits from future trade cooperation will be invested in serf trade. With the price of our serfs, the marquises will definitely be willing to use serfs to pay for the benefits, thus saving gold coins. The 3 marquises were the Marquis of Oxdale, the Marquis of Red Crab Island, and the Marquis of Golden Island, which are the partners that List chose to cooperate with glass, paper, and sea salt. The trade channels of these 3 marquises were with the coastal marquises of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. In addition, List also had his own trade channel, mainly with Marquis Nuteo of the Eagle Kingdom, to carry out smuggling trade on the sea. Marquis Nuteo had suffered heavy losses in 2 major battles and had to find ways to make up for the losses. Sea salt was currently the largest smuggled trade. Marquis Nuteo pretended to respond to the king's call and bought a large number of Eagle Kingdom sailboats to harass the Sapphire Fleet at sea in search of the light green gem dragon. Actually, under the cover of the Flame Captain's fleet, they had arrived at a designated third island to conduct a sea salt trade. The method of trade was to exchange serfs for sea salt. 1 ship of sea salt for 1 ship of serfs. It was clear and concise. A ship of sea salt sold on the mainland could be exchanged for about 5 or 6 ships of serfs, or even 10 ships of serfs. It could be said that the sea salt trade was a profitable business for both Marquis, Wild Tao, and List. The cost of sunning the sea salt was almost zero, and it was just the labor cost. Currently, the Flame Lord was frantically basking in the sea salt. Of course, he had to monopolize the technology. No one would dare to take advantage of his technology. If he discovered that someone was also sunning sea salt, List would not show any mercy. The Dragon Knight was synonymous with monopoly. After learning of List's sea salt trade, even the Sapphire family only came to ask if they could participate in the trade, rather than thinking of stealing the technology. At present, the cooperation with the Sapphire family was still under discussion. The main issue was the division of profits, which had reached an impasse. The Sapphire family hoped to buy it out by paying a patent fee or protection fee, while List insisted on buying the technology and participating in the profit dividends. Of course, whether it was the Sapphire Grand Duke or List, neither would be too entangled. After all, the two were temporarily in an offensive and defensive alliance. It would not be difficult to reach a trade cooperation if they each took a step back. Isaiah carefully discussed with the officials to find a balance between the territory's expenses and income, and then appropriately increase the proportion of serfs purchased. We have to hoard serfs for the future establishment of a country. When a new country is established, the serf trade will not necessarily go smoothly. List knew very well that once he announced the establishment of a country, the mainland kingdom would never sit idly by. They might not be able to launch a second war of the dragon slaying, but they would definitely curb the development. The most powerful means was to crack down on the serf trade. There was no way to ban the serf trade, but the price of serfs during the crackdown would definitely skyrocket, greatly delaying the development of the new country. Your Highness, please rest assured that we will find a balance as soon as possible and redesign the distribution plan with several trade channels. Master, have you noticed that Jesse has been very happy these days? Butler Carter said with a smile. What is Jesse happy about? List asked while playing with Ella, who was growing up. Jesse was the castle's main valet and an old man who had followed List from the beginning. With the help of the Guild of Magic, Old Phil finally got his wife pregnant. Is that so? Congratulations. List smiled. He was very familiar with Old Phil. He had collected a large amount of blood from this descendant of the sun because of his bloodline. After the great mages of the Guild of Magic knew Old Phil's identity, they formulated a pig-rearing plan to let Old Phil desperately make little people strive to cultivate a new son of the sun, who could release druid transformation magic and verify magic such as bear transformation, leopard transformation, and so on. Butler Carter was at a loss. There's one thing that I don't know if I should report to you, Master. Go ahead. The mages of the Guild of Magic bought a lot of prostitutes from other places and forced Old Phil to have sex with them. I heard that Old Phil has lost a lot of weight. Liz suddenly didn't know what to say. Should he say that Old Phil was lucky with women, or that the mages were absurd, or that the Guild of Magic was behaving improperly? He was stunned for a while before asking, was Old Phil forced? Was his wife also threatened by the mages? It is said that the mages promised Old Phil's wife that they would groom her son to become a mage in the future, so the woman ignored Old Phil and even encouraged him to cooperate. As for Old Phil, he must have been half-hearted. Poor Jesse, he still doesn't know about Old Phil. All right, I got it. List did not express his opinion. He was prepared to mention this when he saw Crazy later. although this matter did not violate the rules of the Guild of Magic, nor the territory's laws. He had even tacitly agreed to Lars and the other great mages regarding Old Phil's matter. But it was ultimately not a good influence. This could already be considered a human experiment. He had a plan in mind. The next time a similar experimental project is established, it must be approved by me. I must not allow the mages to conduct random research, especially research that involves humans and dragons. Old Phil's luck with women was not a big deal, and Lys quickly put it to the back of his mind. He carried Ella, who had grown up a lot, with one hand and walked upstairs to Achi's laboratory, ready to let Achi give Ella a full-body examination. He wanted to see Ella's health and collect some data on the evolution of the elves. Wow. Chapter 764. As the saying goes, even if you've never eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run. List was not a researcher before his time travel, but just an ordinary office worker. However, he knew more or less about scientific experiments and knew that the collection of experimental data was a very important part of the process. Moreover, it was necessary to establish a reference system and compare the information over and over again in order to get valuable results, such as Mendel's pea experiment. The laws of nature were always there, the only difference was whether you could find them or not. Although the magicians of the legendary continent were a group of smart people, they did not have good experimental habits. Coupled with the secret inheritance, they always liked to do their own secret experiments. There was no systematic operation plan, no detailed experimental records, and even no repeatability. Therefore, the prosperous magic civilization of the Moon Empire quickly declined after the magic net shrank. In the process of teaching magic to Achi, List instilled many scientific experimental methods in her, the most important of which was information collection. She wanted to study elves and dragons, but if she did not collect enough information, it would be meaningless to rely on imagination. For example, when studying elves now, a single elf could provide too little information, but with hundreds of elves providing information, a lot of information about elves would naturally be revealed. An elf's evolution may reveal very few secrets. If she continued to record and collect more and more elves' evolution data, she would definitely find valuable clues and crack the essence of elven evolution. Ella's body is very healthy, and all physiological characteristics remain highly active. Through the magic net, the magic radiation it emits is getting closer and closer to the magic radiation of the great elves. It should be able to evolve successfully soon. Achi led Lucy and Ruth, constantly recording the collected data. Lucy and Ruth, the twin magic apprentices, were originally recommended by Liz to Crazy, but the two little girls did show strong magic talent, and Achi had already taken them as laboratory assistants. The most important thing was that Crazy was too busy to stay in the laboratory every day. If the Guild of Magic continued to grow, Crazy would probably have to transform into an administrative staff, and there would be no time for her to do experiments and practice magic. Of course, Crazy herself was not a talented magician. Being a great magician was basically the end of her magic cultivation. In this era of the magic net, it was far more difficult to become a magic shooter than to become a dragon knight. Wow! Ella complained that Achi, Lucy, and Ruth had just touched her. Lucy, however, did not know this. Instead, she said happily, "Your Highness, Ella is so cute. I wish I could hold an elf every day." She still had the temperament of a child. In fact, she was just a child. Before the serf trade, she lived in the countryside, and after the serf trade, she lived in the Mage Tower, so she didn't suffer too much. On the contrary, it was the younger sister, Ruth, who was more mature, who said, "Lucy, don't have such daring fantasies. All elves are His Highness' private property." This was a good realization. Indeed, all the elves in the territory belonged to List. It could only belong to List. The Lord had the right to control all the production of the territory. Even if the farmland rented out to the commoners gave birth to elves, the elves would still belong to List. Of the two freckled twins, The elder sister was lively and innocent, and the younger sister was mature and sensible. List liked both of them very much. Study magic well. The most important thing is to learn how to do experiments so that you can grow into useful people and crack more mysteries of truth. Ruth replied, Lucy and I will study hard and become qualified magicians. We will work hard for His Highness and repay His Highness for his cultivation. 9 o'clock in the morning. List carried Ella to the stone square, specially designed for the blizzard beasts to toss and turn. Emily was already standing in the stone square, letting the snowflakes fall on her hair and shoulders, surrounded by frolicking blizzard beasts. Seeing List, the blizzard beasts immediately lined up under Dosen's command. Dosen, come here. Woof. From now on, you'll train with Emily and follow her instructions. Woof. Dosen was a little reluctant, but he still obeyed List's orders. He walked in front of Emily and turned his head to shout at the 8 little ones. Suddenly, the 8 little ones also lined up in front of Emily. Emily, you can start training. List stood on a stone. The dragon Do Chi on his body was surging, and the snowflakes had evaporated before they could get close to him. Yes, Your Highness. With List's presence, Emily's training went smoothly. According to the training methods guided by List, she constantly ran in with Dosen and increased the degree of tacit understanding. Then, with the authority of Dosen, she commanded the 8 little ones to obey orders, thus controlling the entire Blizzard Beast team. Compared with List's free and easy training when training the Blizzard Beasts, Emily's training work can be described as meticulous. In other words, List's training was like an owner working hard to train a husky, while Emily's training was like training a police dog. Sometimes List had to admit that he really lagged behind a genius like Emily in terms of perseverance, diligence, talent, attitude, etc. Without the power of fate brought about by the smoke mission, his own achievements would have been absolutely limited. No wonder I was just an office worker before I crossed over. Fortunately, after crossing over, not only did I master the power of fate, but I am also so handsome. List's fate was more driven forward. As an elder once said, a person's fate, of course, depends on personal struggle, but also the process of history. The smoke dragon chose List, and List respected its choice. He examined everything he had done in the past 3 years and felt that he had done nothing else in Flower Town. There were probably 3 things. First, integrate into the feudal lore knight system. Second, introduce scientific experimental theory into magic. Third, ride a few dragons. Of course, the War of Dragons is also very big, and another thing is to develop the trade of new products in an all-around way. It couldn't be considered spectacular, but it was just a small change. Wow! Ella interrupted List's reminiscence of youth, and then, under List's gaze, it stammered, List, huh? Gia Wah. When it continued to shout its name, Ella laughed happily. Its vocal cords were slowly developing, and it could finally speak. This also meant that it had basically completed its own evolution from a thorn sprite to a thorn sprite. Chapter 765. Ella's growth was almost different every day. At the end of January, it reached the size of a baby, 50 centimeters tall. The magic in its body stabilized, and it became a qualified thorn sprite. Wow, Ella is strong. The first thing this little fellow did after evolving from a thorn's worm to a great sprite was to trap the gold thread little sprite in the worm room and scold it. Little gold thread stinking of bitterness, the next time I see you being so arrogant, I'll beat you into a mute. The gold thread elf looked at Ella from the window. She pouted and was not convinced. But Ella was now bigger, stronger, and very vigorous. It was an existence that the gold thread sprite didn't want to provoke. Although the gold thread sprite jumped, it always bullied the weak and feared the strong in the worm room area of the castle. It didn't provoke the pea sprite, Ike. So the current Ella was also someone it didn't dare to provoke. Waving its fist, Ella was very satisfied with the gold thread sprite's appearance. It turned around and flew, shouting, Ella is mighty. Wow. The next place to visit was Ike's worm room. Do you want to be tied up by me again? Ike's expression was calm. She didn't feel much about the grown-up Ella. After all, the sprite was a cold species. Do you understand the art of ropes? Do you know what ropes can create? If you don't understand, you are not qualified to talk to me. After that, it raised its head and looked at Ella faintly. As when it first came to the castle, it always looked calm, but no elf knew what kind of soul was hidden in its heart. Ella was stunned for a moment. When it was a little sprite, its intelligence was limited. When it was a big sprite, its intelligence had increased a lot. However, Ike's words were like listening to a foreign language. In fact, Ike was speaking the language of the wind, but as an elf of List who mastered snake and wind, Ella also understood the language of the wind. It didn't understand what the other party was saying, but Ella knew that it couldn't be scared at this time. It snarled, "Wow, you bastard!" Bang! Ash closed the door to the bug room and smiled disdainfully, ignorant and vulgar. The metal door almost hit Ella in the face, making her furious. However, there was nothing she could do to Ike. The bug house was made of rock, the door was made of steel, and the windows were made of glass. All of these could block the magic of sowing seeds, so it could not attack her from afar. It wanted to kick the door, but when it kicked the iron door, it hurt its foot instead. Wah! He thought about it. It was a little annoying. I decided to temporarily put aside any thoughts of settling my grudge with Ike. Instead, I flew down the stairs and arrived at the underwater bug room on the second basement floor. He searched through the bug houses in the pond one by one, but he couldn't find any trace of the giant kelp sprite Parker. The great sprite that had called him ugly had disappeared. Just as it was about to continue searching, List had already used his mind to call it back. Wow, Ella, Thorn Castle is the strongest. Back in front of List, Ella stood on the table, swaggering with her hands on her hips, full of fighting spirit. List patted its head. Remember what I taught you. You're not allowed to fight in the castle. You're not allowed to bully other elves. The most important thing is that you have become a great sprite, so you have to be quiet. If you feel bored, go to the Thorns and be a great sprite with moral, intellectual, physical, and aesthetic development. He had let it indulge for a while, but now it was time to control it and not indulge it any further. Ella's active and irritable personality was probably its motivation, but it had to be said that it was annoying to be so noisy all the time. He now had 4 great sprites. The giant kelp sprite Parker was narcissistic and poisonous, but if you didn't look for it, it would never bother you. It lived in its own underwater castle all day long. The Pea Sprite AI, she liked to pursue rope skills. Perhaps her taste was a bit unique, but she had always been quiet and would not bother anyone. The Phoenix Tree Sprite Annie lived in the wild and helped to take care of the fire dragon eggs. Not only was she not annoying, but she could also contribute. Her personality was somewhat similar to the Mangrove Sprite Nami. They were both elves that were not valuable, but because of their hard work, they were liked. Only the Thorn Sprite, Ella, did not change her bad temper. Instead, she became noisier. Ella wants them to admit that Ella is the strongest in the castle. Ella's competitive mood was still strong. When she was a little sprite, she dared to challenge the great sprites. Now, one could imagine, feeling Ella's mood, List felt that it was not a good idea to suppress it. So he said, relying on fists or words to fight for strength will not convince other elves. Do you understand? I don't understand. That is, even if they admit that you are strong, they will still not admit that you are strong in their hearts. Admit it, Ella is the strongest. The idea was simple. No matter what they think, as long as they admit that they are the strongest, it was enough. This was the idea of the elves, and it was difficult for List to use human thoughts to bring them in. However, he was not discouraged. Ella, there's no victory or defeat in the battle, and I will not allow it. If you really want to be the strongest elf in Thorn Castle, then there is a very good way. Do you know Annie? Annie is about to evolve into a dragon elf. If you can evolve into a dragon elf before him, all the elves here will worship you. Wow. Ella did not quite understand what a dragon elf was. List gestured while communicating with it. The dragon elf is this big, 1 meter high, and its body is becoming more and more like a human. It is full of wisdom, knows how to wear clothes, and knows how to learn knowledge. It can help the master manage all the elves and become the administrator of the elves. The Grand Duke had written back to list about the information about the dragon elf, introducing the oat dragon elf of the Sapphire family. As a dragon-raising family, a total of 2 dragon elves have been cultivated in the history of more than 150 years. The earliest one was the Juniper dragon elf, which was the legendary dragon elf of the Bull family. The gin was brewed by the Juniper dragon elf. At that time, the first Grand Duke was still alive. He passed the Sapphire dragon to his eldest son and the dragon elf to his youngest son, the first Marquis Bull. Now that the Bull family had rebelled, the eldest son had already run to the Eagle Kingdom with the Juniper dragon elf, living in an unknown corner. The Sapphire family cultivated a second dragon elf in the decades after the death of the first Grand Duke, which was the current Oat dragon elf. According to the description of the Grand Duke, the 2 great elves, Juniper and Oat, were very fond of the Sapphire dragon. They were close to the Sapphire dragon all day long and unknowingly became dragon elves. The change happened without warning, but one day, the great elf began to grow. However, the probability of evolution of the great elf was not high. In more than 150 years, there were 10 great elves who liked the Sapphire dragon, and only 2 of them evolved. The others left the Sapphire dragon one day and no longer liked the Sapphire dragon. This was probably the evolution failure. So far, there were still 2 great elves who liked the Sapphire dragon very much and were with Sapphire all day long. But they liked it for more than 20 years, still just liked it and did not evolve. Therefore, List already understood that the Phoenix Parasol Tree Great Elf, Infant, was on the verge of evolution. He did not know how long it would take to evolve, or if the evolution failed. He was ready to experiment one by one with Ike, Parker, and Ella to see if they could also touch the edge of evolution. He was a man with 2 dragons, and there were more dragons waiting for him in the future. The Fire Dragon did not like to change to the Light Emerald Dragon. The Light Emerald Dragon did not like to change to the Invisible Dragon, and the Invisible Dragon did not like to change to any other dragon. Chapter 766. They no longer had to squeeze on a 3-meter diameter shell when they went out to sea. After the transformation of the sunset, the second 3-masted ship was officially launched at the Newport Town dock. However, this ship was very strange. It had no sails, masts, oars, or rudders, only a ship frame, decorated with several large cabins and a luxurious captain's cabin at the bow. The ship was named the Flame. It was List's second flagship, and its power was Chi's ability to control water. Since experiencing Chi's high-speed navigation by controlling the shell, he had been designing the Flame to make it convenient for him and Chi to travel. Especially every time he traveled between Black Horse Island and Dodo Island. He needed to spend the night there while waiting for Leo, staying in a dilapidated cabin or setting up his own tent. But with this special Flame, he could rest in the ship's luxurious cabin. Chi also had a large cabin as a laboratory, which was convenient for her to do experiments during her travels. At the same time, as long as it was not a secret voyage, such as Hard Island and Dodo Island, she could bring servants with her to other places and enjoy the servant service. The Flame didn't bring any servants with it on its first voyage. It was just that List and Chi lived in the luxurious cabin at the bow of the ship. Then, Chi controlled the seawater, and the Flame shot out like a torpedo, creating 2 huge waves and disappeared from the seaside. It's amazing. His Highness the Magic Shooter is too powerful. The Dragon Knight and the Magic Shooter are indeed the pinnacle of power. No one is a match for His Highness in the sea. Once we establish a nation, we will be the new overlord of the sea. The knight who saw them off could not help but exclaim as he looked at the calm sea. Of course, distance makes beauty, but sometimes you can only feel incredible up close. List and Chi appeared frequently in the territory. Not only did this not cause aesthetic fatigue, but every time they appeared, it would lead to a burst of fanatical worship. This small island on the edge of the legendary continent was gradually becoming a part of the legend. At least mages from nearby kingdoms were already on a pilgrimage to Black Horse Island. Snowflakes fell one by one. The flames sailed on the rough sea like it was on flat ground, without any ups and downs. Achi was multitasking. In addition to controlling the flame, she was also drawing the pattern of the magic array. She had already begun to try to create a second type of super magic. The proof of the principle had already been completed. This new super spell was temporarily named Spiral Super High Pressure Water Drill. It was similar to the super spell, Chainsaw Super High Pressure Water Knife, but the structure of the magic array was different. Theoretically, the power of the spell was also different. The water knife focused on the cutting effect, while the water diamond focused on the piercing effect. List held a glass of milk and watched Achi draw seriously. He didn't know if he felt a little ashamed. Achi created her own super spells from scratch. She had to worry about so many magic experiments every day, but she still created water daggers and water drills. Up until now, he had yet to comprehend the third move of the Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Battle Technique. He had yet to master the first move, Dragon Slash, and the second move, Burning the Heavens. Of course, it was not that List was lazy. It was just that he had too many things to worry about and didn't put all his energy into cultivation. Brother, we're almost at Dodo Island. This voyage took a total of 86 minutes. It's slightly slower than when I control the shell, and it consumes more magic power. Achi said without raising her head. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Dodo Island appeared in her field of vision. It traveled more than 800 kilometers in 86 minutes. In other words, the speed of the flame was close to 560 kilometers per hour, which was almost half the speed of sound. It was still a little worse than a civil aircraft that cruised at about 800 kilometers per hour. It was even worse than a fighter jet, which could travel at more than 2,000 kilometers per hour. But in this world, this kind of sailing speed could only be described as terrifying. Boom! The water spout directly carried the flame to the shore. When the water receded, the ship was placed firmly on the beach. List stood up, and a flame rushed out of his chest. The flame exploded in midair, and a fire dragon with a wingspan of 25 meters soared in the air. Its wingspan was 25 meters, not 20. After eating the carcass of a fire dragon bird and eating 10 phoenix feathers from List, Leo's wingspan directly expanded by 5 meters, and his body was a lot bigger. If it weren't for the need to continue his research, List wouldn't mind letting it eat the other fire dragon bird's carcass and the remaining 6 phoenix feathers. He had tasted the meat of the fire dragon bird. It tasted average and not as delicious as chicken. However, it contained an abundance of fire element magic, which was a great supplement for knights with fire element chi. One bite of the earth knight was equivalent to a day's worth of medicine. Oh, roar! Leo roared and rushed to the crater of the Dodo Island to complete its cultivation. List patted the 3 jade boxes in the room, and suddenly the 3 sleeping elves, Ella, Ash, and Parker, woke up one after another. Ella and Ash landed on List's shoulders. They could fly. Parker couldn't fly, so he could only let List hold him in his hand. Wow! Ella stared at Ash. Ash's eyes were calm, and she looked curiously at the island in front of her, ignoring Ella. Parker chuckled and said, "The handsome Parker is here." At this time, there was a burst of bird cries in the distance, and then the phoenix nest parasol tree great elf infant flew over. List, you're here. His serpentine pronunciation was practiced well, but he still hadn't changed the bird language. He would speak bird language whenever he was happy. Infant, you continue to learn serpentine and wind language from Achi here. I have something to do with the light green gem dragon. Okay, List. The snow on the sleeping light green gem dragon was not too deep. It felt that its recent breathing was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed that it might wake up at any time. Ella, Ash, Parker, do you like this dragon? List mainly took the great elves to see the dragon to see if they liked it and if they could touch the opportunity of evolution. He had tested Leo before, and the 3 great elves had no feelings for Leo. Parker was the first to speak. Handsome Parker, doesn't like this dragon. List, you know what I mean. I like a water dragon. I can travel around on a water dragon, and no sea monster dares not to give me and the water dragon face. This dragon doesn't look handsome enough. In fact, List didn't have high hopes for Parker. It was normal for sea elves to be close to water dragons, because no other dragon would jump into the sea to be close to them. Ash was the second to speak. She stood on the light green gem dragon and took out a rope from nowhere. She pulled the rope and made a few gestures at the light green gem dragon. No, it's too big. My rope can't tie it. List, do you need to tie it? No, thank you. You're welcome. The Great P Elf might not be compatible, or it might not have triggered the opportunity, but it had no feelings for the light green gem dragon. In the end, only Ella was left. Ella had just evolved into a great elf, and she was only 11 years old. So after touching the scales of the light green gem dragon, she was confused. She didn't know what List was going to do. In short, none of the three great elves had the opportunity to evolve. Let's go. Your business is over. Go back to the flame and continue to sleep. List put the three great elves back in the box and let Chi take care of them. List and Ainfint went to the phoenix parasol tree to prepare to barbecue the fire dragon egg. Just as he was about to leave, the binary magic platform in the room suddenly made a sound. It was a message. Chapter 767. Achi, ask Yevich to send us the details of the new island and increase the search efforts in the surrounding waters to see if it is an archipelago. After confirming the location, we will go there tomorrow. Liz said and took Ainfint to the phoenix parasol tree. In a fire dragon bird's nest, 3 huge eggs were still lying quietly. Using magic eyes, he could see the fiery red light in the eggs, outlining the shape of the birds curled up together, which meant that these eggs were about to hatch. When he stirred up the dragon's combat energy and turned it into a flame to burn the eggs, he could clearly feel the cheer of the little life in the eggs. Ainfint also danced on the side, looking very excited. It was difficult to explain why there was such a mutually beneficial, symbiotic relationship between Ainfint and the fire dragon bird. The only connection was that both were fire elemental creatures. Fire dragon bird. Ainfint muttered some words that were not very familiar. Phoenix parasol tree, fire dragon Leo, List, Acroids, Parker, Ike, Ella. Ha! The eggs are about to hatch. List, the little fire dragon bird is about to come out. However, to Ainfint's disappointment, the fire dragon bird eggs suddenly stopped absorbing fire elemental combat energy when they were about to hatch. They had reached the daily absorption limit. It's a pity that I couldn't hatch the 3 birds in one go. List shook his head. At this moment, he thought of something and looked in the direction of the crater. A flame rose into the air and instantly turned into Leo's figure, then flew along the hillside, flew in front of List, and let out a majestic roar. Although the roar was loud, List noticed that his mood was full of resentment. "What's wrong, Leo?" Roar. Leo told him that the magma in the crater had shrunk severely, and there were not many Volcano Supreme demons condensed, which meant that his cafeteria was about to close down. "Take me there. Take me with you." Ainfint beckoned. "Come here." List held Ainfint and jumped directly onto Leo's dragon tooth platform, then flapped his wings and flew to the crater. Ainfint stretched out his little hand and kept touching Leo's scales, and his little face showed an intoxicated expression from time to time. If it weren't for its cuteness, this kind of behavior would be very indecent. Flying close to the mouth of the volcano, Xianxia could already see the situation at the mouth of the volcano. Originally, the crater of the volcano was divided into 2 halves. One half had lava, and the other half had a hot water lake. However, the steam in the hot water lake was much smaller now, and the magma was almost invisible. The outer layer of the magma was only left with a trace of fiery red. The magma was cooling faster than List had imagined. As expected, the volcano of Dodo Island is going into hibernation. List frowned as he felt annoyed. Without the help of the volcano's lava, Leo would have to rely on potions to condense his supreme demon. Not only would his growth speed decrease, but he would also have to spend a large amount of potions to delay the development of the territory. However, he wasn't someone who liked to complain. Since the volcano on the Dodo Island had cooled down, List had to look for a new volcano. Leo, don't worry. I will send a letter to the Sapphire Grand Duke and have him help you find a new crater within the range of Sapphire for your training. It shouldn't be difficult to rent a crater with magma. The difficult part was whether there was such a crater. Hearing this, Leo let out an unwilling roar and had no choice but to accept this reality. However, his eyes turned, and he quickly thought of something. He communicated with List in his mind. I want to eat the body of the blazing dragon bird. There's one left, and 6 phoenix feathers. I want all of them. You can eat the body of the blazing dragon bird, but not the phoenix feathers. List said without hesitation. Although the meat of the blazing dragon bird was highly nutritious, it tasted average. It would be a waste for him to eat it himself. After all, his body wasn't as strong as a dragon's and couldn't digest it completely. Giving it to Leo would maximize the benefits. He didn't know what the structure of a dragon's stomach was, but as long as food entered the stomach, it would be immediately broken down and absorbed. The human body couldn't do this, and the utilization rate of food was very low. Therefore, Leo could eat the meat of the blazing dragon bird, but not the phoenix feathers. He was going to keep it for research and pass it down as a family heirloom. After some bargaining, it was finally decided that Leo would only eat the meat and not the feathers. However, List soon discovered the cunning nature of the evil dragon Leo. He actually flew towards the phoenix parasol tree, wanting to eat the 3 eggs. Absolutely not. Roar! A human and a dragon stopped by the tree and stared at the bird's nest. They were in a stalemate. Infant didn't know what was going on. He was still fondling Leo's scales, smiling happily. He didn't dare to imagine the life of a fire dragon that he liked the most. The conflict of thoughts could be described as a flash of lightning. Only 1 second had passed in the outside world, but dozens of exchanges had occurred inside. List finally succeeded in suppressing Leo's greed and made him give up his desire for the blazing dragon bird eggs. Let's go quickly. Go back and drink the potions. Roar! Leo turned around. However, at this moment, he suddenly turned his head. While List wasn't paying attention, he spat a dragon's breath directly at the bird's nest. The scorching, boiling dragon's breath instantly enveloped the bird's nest. The bird's nest and the tree trunk, which wouldn't burn, were roasted by the dragon's breath. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of 3 eggs cracking was especially clear in the midst of the dragon's breath. Impudent! List was furious. His will immediately rose and forcefully rushed into Leo's mind. There was still a volcano inside. At the mouth of the volcano lived a small fire dragon. The eyes of the small fire dragon were filled with evil. There were no words. List turned the smoke around his body into a 5-meter-long dragon spear. Then, he and the spear became one and pierced into the head of the small fire dragon like a flying immortal. The spear pierced through. The small fire dragon didn't have the strength to fight back. The volcano collapsed. The scene changed quickly. A new fire dragon was born. List also walked out of Leo's mind. At this time, Leo let out a soft roar to express his grievances. There was no longer a trace of arrogance. Its evil thoughts had just been destroyed by List's spear and turned into pure new thoughts. List, who had successfully killed the fire dragon's evil thoughts, wasn't happy at all. This was because the dragon's breath had already roasted the 3 eggs to the point of breaking. It was all for naught. However, Infant suddenly flew out and excitedly pointed at the bird's nest that had been roasted by the dragon's breath. He shouted, "List, the fire dragon eggs have hatched." Huh? List then looked at the bird's nest again. He was surprised to find that not only were the 3 eggs not cooked, but they were also full of vitality. In his vision, the birds and the eggs had already begun to struggle, try to break out of the eggshell. Their movements were getting bigger and bigger, and the already broken eggshell couldn't stop them from continuing to destroy. Chapter 768. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the egg finally cracked open, and a pink little bird poked its head out of the crack. It had no feathers, and its skin was purplish red, but it had already opened its eyes. Its pair of bird eyes were very intelligent. Soon after, the second little bird also poked its head out, followed by the third. In a flash, all three little birds broke their own eggs and let out chirping sounds, expressing their joy at being reborn. They slowly began to nibble on their own eggshells. Their half-finger-long beaks were agile and sharp, crunching the eggshells as if they were chewing biscuits. List, little bird, flaming dragon bird, so ugly, huh? Infant happily danced, flying around the nest. Hey, look, they've grown feathers. There was no need for Infant's reminder. List, who maintained his dragon rider mode, had been observing the three newborn flaming dragon birds with a vision of the dragonite track. He was well aware of the changes to their bodies after eating the eggshells filled with fire magic power. The eggshells had all turned into magic power, helping them condense into feathers. The clearest was the condensation of tail feathers. The 7 still very weak tail feathers appeared in List's perception in a different way. So that's how it is. Is this the birth of tail feathers? The fusion of the soul and magic power. The flaming dragon bird fused its soul with the tail feathers. Just like how dragons hide their souls in their teeth, super dragons also choose to hide their souls in a certain part of their body. The lightning turtle chose the turtle shell, and the flaming dragon bird chose the tail feathers. List had a lot of understanding, but in the end, he still felt that it was not enough. It's still a bit lacking. I still can't see the changes in the fusion of the soul and magic power clearly enough. I need more flaming dragon birds. I need more super dragons to pry into the secrets of the soul. He had always hated touching the soul, always feeling that it was a blasphemy against life. But at this moment, he realized that his lack of understanding of the soul made him unable to touch a higher level of the secrets of life. Perhaps the fusion of the soul and magic power was the training process after becoming a dragon knight. Looks like I still have to sponsor mages to research the soul. But there's no rush. I'm still young and have time. It won't be too late to slowly explore the soul in the future. While he was thinking, the 3 little flaming dragon birds had already eaten their own eggshells, and fresh, bright red feathers had grown out. Each of them was about the size of a large rooster, but their bodies were slender and their feathers were more vigorous. Compared to the majestic appearance of the adult flaming draconic bird, the current little bird was more adorable. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The 3 little flaming dragon birds finished eating the eggshells, grew feathers, and immediately spread their wings, ready to fly. After flying a few times in the nest, it flapped its wings and flew up. At first, it swayed and almost fell down. However, after flying for a distance, he was able to grasp the technique of flying very well and began to fly around the phoenix parasol tree. After a moment, the 3 little fire dragon birds flew back to little fire dragon Leo, circled him, and chirped happily. Infant joined in, laughing along with the birds. Roar! Leo released his dragon's might, and the 3 little flaming dragon birds instantly fell to the ground in fear. Only Infant had gotten used to the dragon's might and didn't faint. After the 3 little flaming dragon birds fell to the ground, they quickly got up and flapped their wings, ready to fly. Although they were just hatchlings, their bodies were very strong, and they weren't injured at all. Unfortunately, Leo kept releasing his dragon's might, and the 3 little birds couldn't fly no matter how hard they tried. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, they even showed signs of fainting. Retract your dragon's might, Leo. List couldn't bear to see Leo mistreating the little birds. Leo, who had just gotten rid of his evil thoughts, was very obedient. He immediately retracted his dragon's might and drooled at the 3 little birds. He still wanted to eat them. The flaming dragon birds were great nourishment for him, and he couldn't resist the temptation. However, the little birds treated Leo like their parents, and they immediately flew up and continued to circle around Leo. Roar! The drool in Leo's mouth quickly turned into steam and evaporated. He was indicating that the little birds had come to him on their own. They like you, so you can't eat them. I have to raise them. Leo, you should come back in. List was afraid that the little birds would continue to stimulate Leo's evil thoughts, so he simply let Leo return to his body. Leo disappeared. The little birds seemed to still be able to sense Leo's presence, and they began to circle around List again. He reached out his hand, and instantly a little flaming dragon bird landed on it, chirping at him. List, the little birds are so cute. Infant landed on his shoulder and said with a smile. So, Infant, what have you seen the flaming dragon birds eat? Looking at the little birds that kept opening and closing their mouths, List guessed that they were probably hungry. Without parents to feed them, List could only feed them himself. Big snakes, big cats, big lizards, big birds. Infant counted the things he had seen the flaming dragon birds eat with his short fingers. They were mostly World of Warcraft or wild beasts, carnivorous birds, and there weren't many special foods. He immediately took out a portion of World of Warcraft meat and threw it to a little bird. The little bird opened its mouth to catch the World of Warcraft meat and swallowed it. Then, it continued to open its mouth to ask for more. The other two flying little birds also landed on his arm, fighting to eat the World of Warcraft meat. List was very curious about feeding the three little flaming dragon birds, but he couldn't help but think of another bird. The winged peregrine, falcon-blessed curls. That low-level World of Warcraft that was unwilling to yield to him had flown off to God knows where, and he had never seen it again. I hope the three of you aren't ungrateful wretches. He fed them for a while, and when the three little birds were full, he prepared to return to the flame and bring the three little birds back to his territory. But this way, Infant would be lonely. There was no other creature on this island that could accompany him except for the sleeping light green gemstone dragon. Infant, the volcano of the Dodo Island, is about to go dormant, and the concentration of fire magic here will decrease. Why don't you move your worm stalks back to Black Horse Island? Infant tilted his head, wavering. He liked places full of fire magic, like the three little flaming dragon birds, and liked Leo even more. However, once the volcano of the Dodo Island went dormant, all of this would leave him. But present, the island of the Dodo Island was still rich in fire magic, making it difficult for him to give up. Feeling Infant's dilemma, List did not force it. Why don't you live here first, and then move after the volcano of the Dodo Island goes dormant? Don't worry, when I build a country, my palace will be built on a volcano, and your worm stalks will be planted next to the palace. With the existence of the fire dragon Leo, the volcanic eruption was no threat to List. Leo would suppress the magma. When the fire dragon grew up, controlling the magma and volcanoes would be a piece of cake. Building a palace on a volcano would definitely be a very eye-catching miracle. Of course, the local climate could be a serious problem. No one wanted to eat and sleep with the stove. Everything would have to wait until after the country was built. Waving goodbye to Infant, List returned to the flame with the three little birds. Chapter 769. On the way, List named the three little flame drakes respectively, based on the color of their feathers: Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple. The three little birds had a big appetite and were very picky. They only ate World of Warcraft meat and not ordinary beast meat. Moreover, List also found that they could also take potions. After drinking the potion, their breath soared rapidly. In this respect, they were indeed similar to dragons. No wonder they were classified as super dragons, with the powerful effect of dragon blood. In fact, when they were adults, they still had a good dragon power. This time, List left a lot of Leo's leftover flame drake's bones. Through the keel fixing technology provided by Virginia Truth, the dragon bones could be induced to release dragon power. Although it was not comparable to Leo's dragon power, it should be enough to deter sea monsters in the sea. The ships of the Magigoat family had thrived by relying on the keel fixing technology. When the port town docks learned the manufacturing technology of three-masted sailboats, coupled with the longitudinal sail technology, ram technology, and keel-fixing technology, they would definitely be able to form a powerful fleet that could cross the sea, maintain the strength of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and the Eagle Kingdom, and dominate the sea. Little Red, don't run around. List looked at Little Red, who wanted to fly into the sea, and quickly scolded it. But Little Red did not know that it was called Little Red. It just looked back at List, who made the sound, and then plunged into the sea. However, the next moment, a small waterspout bound it and threw it back to the ship. That was a cheese method of controlling water. Within the range of seawater that she could control, it was very difficult for any creature to drown or escape. Cluck! Little Red flapped its wings and screamed. List got up and grabbed its neck. Behave! After subduing Little Red, Little Yellow and Little Purple also followed suit. List shook his head and said, I have to build a few bird cages when I go back. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to tame them to the level of obedience of Blizzard Beast. Super dragons are still very strong, even when they are young. Even though it was only the first day that these 3 little fire dragon birds had hatched, any one of them had the ability to easily kill a normal person. With their sharp beaks, sharp claws, strong bodies, and agile speed, they were born to be predators. Big brother, maybe Ancient knows the Blazing Dragonbird's language. We should let him participate in the Blazing Dragonbird's training, Achi suddenly said. I've observed and recorded Ancient's different bird calls, and I've found that there's a very specific order to them. I've also communicated with Ancient, and he does understand the meaning of different bird calls. Although the Blazing Dragonbird's language is relatively simple and limited, it's a very good way of communication. Did Ancient really master bird language? List was surprised. Although he had formed a contract with this phoenix perching parasol tree great sprite, their minds were connected. But there were too many elves, and there was no time to carefully sort out the thoughts of each elf. He had always thought that Ancient's bird language was just unconsciously making random calls, just like the birds in the woods, making random calls every day, but it was not communication at all. Now that Ancient had mastered the bird language, there was one more option to train the Blazing Dragonbird. List immediately said, let's train it first. If the 3 birds are good at obedience, then there's no need for Ancient to do it. If the obedience is poor, then let Ancient participate in the training of the birds. There was no hurry about training. List quickly shifted the topic to the fusion of the soul and tail feathers of the Blazing Dragonbird. He told Achi about his observations and was ready to promote the Guild of Magic's research on the soul at the right time. But when it came to the soul, List had another worry in his heart. Leo's evil thoughts were growing all the time. Cutting them off would keep them pure for a period of time, but after a period of time, they would rebreed. It was difficult to cut off the roots. Of course, when List was riding the dragon, Leo's evil thoughts could not cause any trouble. If it dared to come out, it would be cut off once. But once the day came when List's breath was weak, without the Dragon Knight's restraint, Leo's evil thoughts were bound to flourish and eventually become an evil dragon again. It was likely to bite back at List's offspring. The solution was simple. Throw the fire dragon into the wild forest and let it become a wild, evil dragon. But it was a dragon after all. In the future, you would need to use its fire attribute to develop the industry. It would be a pity to abandon it. If I can contract the fairy dragon and gain eternal life, then Leo can always follow me. Forget it. Why worry so much? My future is an infinite world. Maybe one day I will leave the country and travel to the other side of the legendary continent and the Devil's Sea, riding Leo and never coming back. It was hard to imagine being a king and staying in the palace all his life. Since riding the dragon, his heart had been wild. The world was so big, why not see it? When he didn't have the ability, he was satisfied with eating, wearing, and living well. When he had the ability, he naturally wanted to travel all over the world to enjoy different sceneries. Back at Black Horse Port, the territorial officials immediately transported the prepared supplies to the flame. List had already used the magic platform to contact the magic platform of the Guild of Magic and gave the order to prepare the supplies. At present, there were not many magic platforms produced. The expedition fleet had 4, the Mage Tower had 2, the Thorn Castle had 1, and the Flame had 2. There were a total of 9 magic platforms. Among them, the expedition fleet's was Magic Platform 2, 0, and the others were Magic Platform 1, 0, a relatively simple version. These magic platforms were also testing machines. They would be constantly improved and optimized in the process of use, striving to achieve a more efficient communication effect when a Magic Platform 3.0 was designed. Then they would continue to optimize the coding and install self-destruction devices, security devices, and other means to prevent technical leakage. When the final design of the Magic Platform 4.0 was completed, it would be time for the Magic Platform to be widely used in the territory. List was prepared to complete the Magic Platform 4.0 when he rode the 3rd dragon. With 3 dragons, in addition to himself and a chi, there was no need to keep a low profile to dominate the ocean. Even if the Magic Platform 4.0 was exposed, no force would dare to snatch it. At the same time, boxes of supplies were loaded onto the ship. Fox, who served as the head of the Orders of Chivalry of Black Horse Island, had already prepared 3 night squads, ready to set out on the ship and go to the new island to explore in detail. The original head of the Orders of Chivalry of Black Horse Island, Marcus, officially handed over his position as the head of the giant algae city. Port Town was about to be upgraded to a giant algae city. List naturally had a lot of trust in his former home teacher. He intended to wait until he established the burning orders of chivalry similar to the blue blood orders of chivalry, and let Marcus serve as the first deputy head. When Emily grew up, Marcus would probably have a lot of achievements and could successfully retire to the second line. As a Sky Knight, Fox was a qualified successor to the Orders of Chivalry of Black Horse Island at this stage. When there was no war, he would lead the Orders of Chivalry to explore the new island. He could also make meritorious service, but the meritorious service was very small. Fox, rest for the night and set off at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. You will have half a month to explore the new island and figure out the terrain and resources of the island. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.